Okay, thank you. So we have a few housekeeping things to take care of first. First would be if we could have a chair appointed. Is there a nomination?
Mr. Chairman, I would nominate Richard Weitzman as chair.
Second.
Vote?
Aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. Thank you very much. And if we could have a nomination for a vice chair?
Mr. Chairman, I would also like to nominate John Lord as vice chair.
Second?
I'll second.
Jamie? Vote?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Unanimous. Thank you. Okay. Next order of business is to adopt our rules. I'll just make a motion that we adopt the rules and the packet and application that we've relied on for the last, at least in last year's session.
Second.
And vote?
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous. Thank you. Okay. So before we get started tonight, I just want to publicly thank, sorry, one more order of business, then I'll take care of it. Last would be for the board to reappoint our solicitor, and I would nominate that we reappoint Constantine Economides for this
Second.
term. All in favor? Aye. Aye. It's unanimous. Thank you. Okay. So before we get going tonight, I just want to thank George Nagel for his year of service last year as the chair. He did a nice job, and hopefully I can live up to the same standards and keep the pace of meetings and the efficiency of the board at the level that he set. So we'll do our best to do that. Thank you. Okay. So we can begin then. Appeal number 3135, the applicant Margaret and Stephen Dana, property located at 672 Church Road, request an extension of time for obtaining a permit under Section 280-144 of the Code for an additional year until December 30th, 2023.
Evening, everyone. Nick Keneally representing the Danas. This was previously approved. There were some health issues for the couple. They've now been told that the contractor may not be able to start until July or August of this year. For that reason, we're asking a little bit longer extension than normal. We're asking for a one-year extension on the matter to December 30th, 2023, rather than the normal 6-month extension.
What was the 6-month date, if you know?
December 30th.
December 30th of
22.
Right.
22.
And it hasn't been extended previously. This would be the first extension.
Okay, but it expired December 30th of 22?
That's right.
And we made application December 20th.
Okay. Sorry, I just wanted to
Yes, sure.
clear it with my counterparts. Okay. Any discussion, any questions from the board? No? Okay, seeing none. I think I can do it without motion. Yeah. Okay, it's granted.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good luck with the
Thank you
project.
so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, next order of business, appeal number 3140, the applicant Jewish Federation of Greater Philadelphia, property located at 270 South Bryn Mawr Avenue, zoned PI planned institutional. The applicant requests the following relief. 1, a special exception under section 280-68B to permit a senior living facility at the property. 2, a variance from section 280-69.C to permit a building height of 48.1 feet where a maximum of 38 feet is permitted. 3, a variance from section 280-70.B1 to permit a building length of 331.5 feet where the maximum of 160 feet is permitted. And 4, a variance from section 280-112D to permit portions of the proposed senior living facility to be located within steep slope areas. Council?
Good evening. It's good to see you all. It's been a little while. Some familiar faces up there. David Falcone here on behalf of the applicant, the Jewish Federation of Greater Philadelphia. As the chair just outlined, the applicant is here tonight seeking various areas of relief with respect to the property located at 270 South Bryn Mawr Avenue in Radnor Township in the PI district. The property that's the subject of the application tonight is about 34.5 acres, and it's owned right now by the Jewish Federation and operated by the Jewish Federation as a campus for its various purposes. There is a mix of uses on site. Some of you may recall previously Jay High was before this board seeking relief on a couple of different occasions. The first dating pretty far back when Jay High appeared before the board to seek residential relief to install and build a residential community there. That ultimately was adjusted, and now there's a different facility there, but that's part of the campus for the Federation. The applicant is seeking to demolish an existing building on site, that's Hebner Hall, and to construct a senior living community in that location. Additional uses there, a driveway from Bryn Mawr Avenue, some site parking, and other improvements would be part of this project. The application was submitted on June 20th, 2022. We've marked that application as A1 in the package that I just handed out to the board. Again, with respect to the relief, we're seeking a special exception for the use on the property, which again paralleled that previous special exception that was received for the Jay High facility, and then for some dimensional variances in building height, building length, and steep slope disturbance. We presented the project twice to the Township's Planning Commission. Unfortunately, we did not receive a positive recommendation. In both instances, the Planning Commission voted 3-2 to not recommend approval. I should note, though, that there was extensive discussion with the Planning Commission, and the use itself was wholeheartedly endorsed by the Planning Commission as a welcomed use in Radnor Township. Some of the concerns that were raised really had to do with some of the disturbance in the relief that we're here for tonight. As a result of those meetings with the Planning Commission, this applicant kind of returned to the drawing board in a lot of respects, which is why we've continued so many times in front of you, and thank you for the consideration to allow those meetings to be continued. It was primarily to look at the design of the project and to work with some of our neighbors to address the concerns that were raised. We thought the Planning Commission gave us really good insight into some of the things that we would be probably facing tonight and then going hopefully through the land development process. So we did just that, and we returned kind of to the drawing board and redesigned in a lot of respects the project to be responsive to some of those concerns, but also taking into consideration a lot of the natural features that exist on the site. Most specifically are the steep slopes and some other water features that exist there today. If any of you have had the opportunity to walk the campus, it's a pretty vast piece of property. There's some walking trails, but there are a lot of natural features there that ultimately drive the development. There's also, and you'll hear some testimony tonight from the Federation itself, there are some other kind of concerns that drive this application, and they kind of center around the economic hardship that the Federation is experiencing right now at the campus. And because of the numbers of dimensional variances, it's important that the board consider those financial constraints as well. But you'll hear that testimony from Mr. Balaban a little bit later. So as a result of the redesign from the project, and you'll hear from our architect, we did lower the height substantially from the initial application. We are just over what's permitted now. We've also addressed some of the disturbance with respect to the steep slopes, and we hope addressed the idea of building length. And we've taken a look at the township's ordinance, and you'll note in the package that we've submitted to you all as Exhibit 21, we've submitted a brief with respect to building length. The ordinance itself, it does not define generally building length. You have to go to the Garrett Hill district, and then that's obviously not applicable. But there is some discussion in the PI district with respect to building length and being able to minimize the impact and provide kind of mitigation efforts. So we took guidance from that in how we redesigned this building to include some articulations and offsets that we believe meet the spirit of the building length ordinance. And so we're hoping that the board would agree with that, and then that would eliminate the need for that variance as well. We did, in May, submit a sketch plan for review, and we got kind of further feedback from the township. We've had meetings with neighbors, the commissioner, And we've, most importantly, met with some of our most outspoken neighbors. We've met with the Proclamation Church. For any of you that kind of were present or watching the previous Planning Commission meetings, there were some very specific concerns from our immediately adjacent neighbor, the Proclamation Church. We're happy to report that kind of in the months we've been off, we've been able to come to an agreement with them with respect to this project and the impact that it has on their property. And we've noted in here as Exhibit A6 a letter of their support, and I know that they're here tonight to also support the project, so we're happy to have that support. I'm intending to call 6 witnesses tonight. We're going to do our best to keep things moving. I know you all have a big agenda, but we do want to make sure that the record is complete here. So we have a representative from the Federation, that's Mr. Balaban, Michael Balaban. We have our engineer, Jason Korzak, Jack Parry, our architect, Matt Hammond from Traffic Planning and Design, our traffic engineer, as well as John Westrom from Westrom Development, and Joe Jadlowski, who's going to be the operator. So if there's no questions for me, I'll just quickly walk through the pre-marked exhibits, and then we'll get right to Mr. Balaban's testimony, if that sounds okay. So Exhibit A1 is, again, a copy of our zoning board application. A2 is the resubmission materials. A3 is a deed for the property. A4 is our aerial photo of the property. A5 is that prior zoning hearing board decision from 2011 with respect to the J-High facility and the special exception there. A6 is our letter of support from the Proclamation Church. A7 is our engineer's CV. A8, our zoning plans. A9, the building location plan. A10, pre-application design changes. A11, our steep slope plan. A12, the disturbance plan. A13 is the intent and purposes of the steep slope controls section of the ordinance. A14 is a letter from our geotech. A15 is Jack Parry's CV, he's our architect. A16 is our senior living community renderings. Mr. Parry will offer testimony to those. A17 is some nearby buildings of similar character that speaks to the character of our proposed development. A18, CV of Matt Hammond. A19 is our traffic impact study. A20 is a PennDOT approval letter. And A21, again, is that legal brief. So I'll call Mr. Balaban if it pleases the board, and if you have a microphone, that might help. Yes, I do. I'm sorry. Right up here, yeah. You want this or you want that?
I'll take that.
All right.
And sir, if you'll raise your right hand or swear to it. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
And say your full name for the record and spell.
Michael Balaban, Michael, Balaban, Balaban.
Michael, thanks for coming tonight. Who's your employer?
The Jewish Federation of Greater Philadelphia.
And what's your president with the Jewish Federation?
What's my present position?
What's your present position? Yes, sorry.
We haven't rehearsed this, so I'm the president and CEO of the Jewish Federation.
And can you give the board a brief summary of your professional experience?
Sure. I've been a professional in the nonprofit arena for the past 30 years, serving locally and nationally in nonprofit roles for a variety of different organizations. My primary role tends to be in the leadership of strategic direction, governance, day-to-day oversight, and in any nonprofit as the president, chief fundraiser for the organization. Prior to my current position, I was the CEO of the Jewish Federation in South Florida, Broward County, the chief development officer in Atlanta, and prior to that, my roots truly are from Philadelphia. I was director of development of Penn Medicine. I hold a master's degree in public administration from University of Southern California, a master's degree in nonprofit management from Hebrew Union College, and 3 years ago, Hebrew Union College recognized my work in the field and honored me with a doctorate in nonprofit management. But beyond my professional background, again, my roots locally, I think, are the most important. I'm not only the CEO of a nonprofit, but I'm also your neighbor. My wife grew up right around the corner. Her family is from this area. My brother-in-law runs a store down in Springfield, Barry J. Jewelers, not an advertisement, but a shameless plug, perhaps. So we have deep roots in the neighborhood. I am an active firefighter in Penwyn, and as you know, we service this area too for mutual aid, and I'm certainly in and out Radnor Township as a firefighter in addition to my work running a nonprofit.
And have you ever before appeared before or testified before a zoning hearing board?
With tremendous pleasure. So I started working with zoning boards. I hope you're laughing at this, but yeah. I started working with zoning boards in 1993 in Los Angeles with the placement of food pantries across the greater Los Angeles County region. But my deepest experience has really been from 2002 to 2007. I was the CEO of the Touro Synagogue Foundation in Newport, Rhode Island. In that capacity, the Touro Synagogue is a Save America's Treasure project, as well as part of the National Trust for Historic Preservation. As the site director, I reported not only to the congregation at the synagogue, but to the National Trust for Historic Preservation and to the National Park Service under Secretary Gail Norden. And during the time there, we were undergoing a full restoration of the synagogue, as well as building a museum in Newport, Rhode Island. The Newport Synagogue, which was dedicated in December of 1762, is considered to be one of America's finest examples and one of the top 10 examples of architectural significance of buildings from 18th century America. And the Park Service regularly had me in front of zoning boards to talk about the historic preservation issues, the relevance to the local community, as well as the operational significance and collaboration with the local neighborhood of Newport, Rhode Island.
So I think that will come in handy later for some testimony with respect to the asset on site. Now, just a little bit about the Jewish Federation. Can you explain for the board what their mission is and generally your role in that regard?
So we have a long mission statement. I'm going to spare you that. We often say we raise Jews, we save Jews, and we care for Jews. Now, by extension, we also care for the community around us. I often describe the Jewish community ecosystem as if, imagine a wheel where you have organizations and agencies that are the spokes, be it the synagogues, be it JHI, be it Jewish Family and Children's Services. Federation acts as the coordinating hub. We raise dollars, we provide a 30,000-foot view of the different issues and needs and opportunities that exist in the community, and we coordinate those agencies together along with the congregations to best serve the needs of the Jewish community. Usually it's collaborative. We are a family, so sometimes we argue. But our ultimate mission is to enrich Jewish lives and really to be an asset to the community around us. And so that's the overall role that we provide.
And you own the property, the Federation owns the property at 270 South Bryn Mawr Avenue, is that correct?
That's correct.
And A3 is a copy of the deed to that property demonstrating that ownership?
That's correct.
And looking at Exhibit A4, is that an aerial of the property as you understand it?
Yes, it is.
And can you please describe the campus as it exists here for the board? And we're looking at A4 for your reference.
So the campus is approximately 35 acres. And it's located along Bryn Mawr Avenue here in Radnor Township, close proximity to the SEPTA train station and a number of institutions along County Line Road and Lancaster Avenue, including Bryn Mawr Hospital. Our closest immediate neighbors are Proclamation Church, and I'm glad to have representatives here to support this with us. Radwin Apartments, a small office building between the campus and the train station, as well as our neighbors on Vauquelin Lane.
And the Federation purchased the campus from American College, is that correct?
Correct, in 2007.
And prior to the purchase of the campus by the Federation, the property was developed and operated as the home for American College, is that correct, from 1961 onward?
Correct.
How does the Federation currently use the property in its effort to fulfill the mission you've just described?
Now, we house a number of institutions and agencies there. This is among one of 4 other campuses that we operate throughout the greater, what I call Greater Philadelphia area, the 5 counties. This property specifically houses the Jack Barrack Hebrew Academy, which is a pluralistic Jewish day school for grades 6 through 12. Our new governor is an alum, and his kids also attend the school. The campus is utilized by Judith Creed Horizons for Achieving Independence, affectionately known as JHI. And JHI is a supportive and educational system that works to help individuals foster greater independence, individuals with developmental disorders, so that they can live independently, and works to support their families as well. The campus also houses Cheder Chabad, which teaches students through a dual curriculum of Judaic and secular studies. And the Cheder Chabad School is currently housed in Hubner Hall, and that's the building that we've proposed for demolition as part of this application. However, easily 7 months ago, they let it be known to us that the site was no longer sufficient for their growing needs, and looking to us to assist them with relocation and further growth. There's also a turf field that's in use by both Barrack Hebrew School as well as in use by Township sports leagues. And in any given weekend, there are residents of the township enjoying the fields, enjoying the paths and trails that exist throughout the property.
So in general, it operates as a campus with different tenants and uses. Is that correct?
Different tenants and uses, although there is a tremendous amount of interaction, which is part of our goal, is that this is not separate institutions located in one space, but institutions that work collaboratively together.
And one of the tenants you had mentioned, I also brought up because it parallels the relief we're seeking tonight, is the JHI facility. And while you were not running the Federation when the initial application came through, are you familiar with that application?
I am very familiar, yes.
And the initial application from JHI back in 2011 was to construct a larger residential facility. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it was to include, approximately 40 beds. Is that correct? Plus an additional studio bed.
Yes, my understanding is the same ideas we're proposing in the senior living.
And is it the Federation's position that, like the JHI facility, that was speaking to that demographic of the community, this facility, this community that is being proposed is to speak to a different demographic in your community? It's kind of the older demographic in the retirement community, as opposed to the JHI facility, which was speaking to those that needed a little additional help.
Yes.
And so when we turn to Exhibit A5, that's a copy of that prior zoning decision, and you've reviewed that decision. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You also noted that the Federation rents out space to Harcum College's Art and Design Center. Is that correct?
Yes. Harcum College's Art and Design Center is located towards the rear of the property, although they have, and they've been there since 2019, and they've indicated to us that they do not want to renew their lease and are in the process of actually vacating that space.
What's the significance of that?
Well, with their lease running out, leaving the campus, this will soon leave us with a $1.2 million deficit in rental income that we relied on in helping us monetize that property. Frankly, that rental loss puts us further in deficit on a campus that we're already in deficit some $38 million on.
And as part of this application, you heard me mention in the beginning, the Federation is proposing to demolish and construct a new facility on the site of Hebner Hall. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what's the proposal from the Federation standpoint with respect to that demolition and reconstruction?
Well, our reason is really threefold around this. One, Hubner Hall isn't really suitable for our needs. Cheder Chabad's already indicated that they've grown and they need different facilities. I recently relocated the Federation's offices from 2100 Arch to 2 Commerce, and in looking to relocate, I looked at that property specifically, whether I could move Federation's offices there. It had been, in fact, built as office space, but in looking at the modern needs of offices today, it clearly was unsuitable for our needs. In looking at the needs of the current tenant there, it's no longer meeting their needs, and it was never really intended to be a school for that matter. So, item one was it just doesn't meet our needs today and forward. It is clear to me that there's demand for senior resident housing across the state. On Tuesday, I was up at the State House for inauguration, but also meeting with representatives, and throughout those meetings was the conversation around senior housing and the need to expand that. I find it difficult for families that often they need to move away when seniors get older, and the ability to provide proper housing and care for them in the towns and in the areas that they grew up is really important, not just to me personally, but to us as a Jewish Federation, to keep our communities whole. And then the third reason is really from a financial standpoint. As I mentioned, when we took on this campus in 2007, the cost for us to do was to take out 2 bonds. We had a lot of promises from institutions. Those promises did not come through, and now we're sitting with $38 million of debt. My job as the CEO of the Federation is not to kick the can down the road and continue to refinance, but to come up with a solution, not just a solution to get us out of the debt, but a solution that is going to take a piece of real estate and move that from being a cost to being an opportunity. And not just an opportunity to cover the dollars, but an opportunity to really bring the community together around an issue that's clearly needed, in my mind, and an opportunity that really helps to create greater synergy on that property as well as with some of the neighbors there.
So one of the things you mentioned was that the existing user of the building, Heder Chabad, had given the Federation notice that the building did not meet its needs and it was going to be looking for additional space. So when the Federation got that information, what was the next step into performing the analysis with respect to whether they could reuse that building as it existed? I know that's one of the things we heard at the Planning Commission was, why can't we reuse this building? And how did the Federation consider that in this design?
So we took an analysis of the building, and from my background from historic preservation, there are times that you put money into a property because you need to save it, and then there are times where the cost of saving a building just outweighs the usage of that building. And from our review, we understood that it would cost us close to $17 million to really modernize and utilize the existing building. And from that perspective, it didn't make any sense for us. It would be far less expensive to take it down and build something up anew there.
And you had mentioned previously that you have experience in reviewing historical and significant structures. And did you do the same for Hebner Hall? Have you found any evidence that this is a historic resource of any kind?
I did not.
You did not find any evidence?
I did not find any evidence.
And so once the Federation made the decision that it did not have a current user for Hebner Hall, what facts led to the Federation's decision to pursue this senior community?
As we've been looking at the other properties that we operate across Greater Philadelphia, one constant came up from the various groups that we spoke to. Senior housing. Senior housing was definitely a need. Senior housing, not just in the Jewish community, but in the overall community. Opportunities for independent living, and opportunities that allowed seniors to stay in the communities that they raised their kids and grew up, as opposed to needing, I ran a Jewish Federation in Florida. Many of my constituents came from up here, and that's not what I wish for my family. I sometimes kid. The good news is I live quarter of a mile from my mother-in-law, and the bad news is I live a quarter of a mile from my mother-in-law. But I happen to really love living near family. So the opportunity to keep family whole and nearby is vital.
And how does that speak to ultimately the mission of the Federation on this campus? Is this an outlier in your opinion, or does it fit perfectly within what the Federation is creating here?
Oh, it fits perfectly. To strengthen community, it's about strengthening family. So keeping community whole is vital for us. And that means providing a service not just to the Jewish community, but one of the real rewarding factors in Proclamation Church coming and saying, we have some questions about this, was our ability to create a bond and recognize that we had some shared opportunities for two different religious groups to come together for shared purpose. And that's part of our mission.
And ultimately, how did you land on getting this process through and landing with Western Development?
We took a look to see who had not just done this successfully, but had real success with products that we felt we could stand behind and feel good about. And we found a true partner with Westrum in that.
And although they're helping you through this process, just to be clear for the record, the Federation will ultimately own this underlying asset. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And putting aside the need for this use among your constituents, can you explain for the board the fiscal importance of the use as a senior living community to the future of the Jewish Federation's overall campus use?
So this goes back to the $38 million. There's a saying, when you find yourself in a hole, don't buy more shovels. And so my role at Federation is to make sure that we're not buying more shovels. In this case, we've made the decision to invest. Rather than just leaving, potentially selling this property, we feel that it's ripe for this kind of development, and in doing what's right on behalf of community, we'll also be able to take care of the debt that's there. If this isn't approved, then we're going to have to look at other options.
So, just kind of speaking directly to that, the debt burden that the Federation carries on the campus, does it jeopardize the Federation's presence in Radnor? It
jeopardizes $38 million right now is costing $1.6 million in carrying costs. That's $1.6 million that's not going to care for vulnerable populations. That's $1.6 million that's not going towards education. It's $1.6 million that's not going to care for Holocaust survivors. So every day that we're dealing with the carrying costs of that debt jeopardizes the mission of our organization. And at some point we have to take a look and say, how do we focus on that mission, get out from under this? So without a clear plan, it clearly creates jeopardy for that.
And the Federation is a non-profit organization, is that correct?
Yes, we are.
And when you went through this process, kind of starting at the beginning, did you make any outreach to your surrounding neighbors in the community?
Yes, outreach was made to the surrounding neighbors. And
what did that entail?
A number of late-night meetings despite the time away from family to hold those meetings, it was a great opportunity to get to know neighbors, spend time with individuals, see that we had individuals surrounding us that cared, that we shared the same values for the future of the community. In this process, we had members of Proclamation Church come to visit one of the other properties operated by Westrum, a sample of really a model of what we're looking to develop there. And I think it really helped to bond us.
So in addition to the Proclamation Church, you also held broader neighbor meetings, is that correct?
Broader neighbor meetings with area institutions, certainly the partners that were located on the campus itself, but area institutions and individuals.
And you reached out to the commissioner for this ward, Commissioner Mulroney, is that correct?
That is correct.
And she was invited to those meetings.
She was invited to those meetings, yes.
Turning to Exhibit A6, does this contain a letter of support from the Proclamation Church to your understanding?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
And were you instrumental in working with the Proclamation Church in achieving this resolution?
Yes.
Looking more globally now, Mr. Balban, at the services that the Federation provides, can you summarize some of those, not only for the Jewish community, but Radnor Township as a whole?
So I go back to the mission of the organization. Not only do we seek to enrich Jewish lives, but we seek to enrich the world around us. We exist in a microcosm of the surrounding community. So our work is in serving vulnerable populations. We operate food pantries, the Mitzvah Food Program. We've been a model across Greater Philadelphia in the work that we do in food sustainability. We work with Holocaust survivors. We work to enrich the lives of individuals with developmental disabilities. We work with critical social counseling. We provide educational programs, adult learning programs. All of those things we do on behalf of the broader community, with an emphasis certainly in the Jewish community.
And is the project that's before the board tonight for this senior living community on your campus, do you, from the Federation's perspective, the property owner, find it to be integral to maintaining your presence here in Radnor Township?
Yes, I do. There are approximately 4,000 just thinking through some of the numbers, approximately 4,000 Jewish households that exist in Radnor Township. What we have found in other communities that when the institutions leave, often we see a migration of the Jewish community. And we're seeing this in somewhat by example in Elkins Park, where institutions have started to leave. We're doing our hardest, to keep commitments there and make sure institutions don't leave that area. But as we've seen those institutions shut down, we've seen a narrowing of the Jewish population there. Radnor has always been an incredible area for the Jewish community to thrive. And I want to make sure that we continue that investment there. But if due to these financial burdens, we end up having to leave, I'd hate to see that be the result of having residents decide that it's not a place for them as well.
I have no additional questions for Mr. Balaban.
Any questions from the board? Okay.
I'd like to call our engineer next, Jason Korzak with Bowler Engineering.
I do.
State your full name and spelling.
Jason Korzak, K-O-R-C-Z-A-K.
Thanks, Jason. So you'll work off this microphone here.
Yep.
Does that sound all right?
Yep.
Okay. Jason, you've just spelled your name, stated it for the record. By whom are you employed?
Bowler Engineering, PA, LLC.
And what's your position with Bowler?
I'm a senior project manager.
And we've marked as Exhibit A7 a copy of your CV. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you please provide for the board a brief explanation of your professional and educational background?
Yep. I graduated with a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from the State University of New York at Buffalo.
And are you a licensed engineer in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania?
Yes, I am.
And have you previously been admitted as an expert in civil engineering before similar zoning hearing boards in the Commonwealth?
Yes, I have.
So I would like to offer Mr. Korzak as an expert in civil engineering.
Without objection.
Thank you. Jason, are you familiar with the property and the plan that's been submitted tonight?
Yes, I am.
And we've marked as Exhibit A4, we just had on the table there, an aerial photo of the property. Can you please, using that, describe for the board the physical characteristics of the subject property?
Sure. The overall property is outlined in red here. It's approximately 34 and a half acres. There's 7 buildings that exist on the site. It has frontage along South Bryn Mawr Avenue, as well as frontage at the cul-de-sac of Valkland Drive.
So although it's partially developed with buildings, can you identify some of the other areas on the property for the board, please, and what's kind of located there?
Sure. You can see here in the center portion of the development, very undeveloped, a lot of natural features, including steep slopes, as well as a stream that traverses the site. The stream flows from the east to the west. There is an existing pond on site as well.
And then what about building coverage as it compares to kind of the overall size of the property? Are we compliant, not compliant as we exist today?
Sure. Currently, there's the property is occupied by 5.4% building coverage, whereas the planned institutional district will permit up to 30%.
And what about impervious coverage, Jason?
Impervious coverage is currently at 35.3%, and 45% is permitted in the district.
You noted early on here that there were some other physical conditions that make development of the property difficult. Speak again generally to those as they exist using that plan.
Sure. Once again, the watercourse stream that traverses through the site, an existing pond, and although they're not shown on the aerial exhibit because there's no topography, there is a large portion of steep slopes on the site.
What about the shape of the property?
It's somewhat irregular, I would say. This property line follows the SEPTA right-of-way, and you can see towards the rear of the property it starts narrowing in width.
So I'm going to have you turn to Exhibit A8, if you would, please. Do you have that in large form? No, that looks like that's not A8, I don't think. So let's use our book here.
Zoning plans,
Yeah.
this is the existing condition of it. This is the site plan.
So let's go ahead and use this one that we've marked. So Ian, if you could zoom in, please, on what we've marked as Exhibit A8 here. Thank you. So using Exhibit A8, is that a copy of your most recent zoning plan for the property?
That's correct, yes.
And we'll get into how the plans have changed over time, but can you start by describing for the board what is proposed as part of the project?
Sure. What we're proposing is the 3-story senior living building. It'll have 150 units with 177 beds. We are proposing another access out to South Bryn Mawr Avenue. There will be parking under the building to help reduce the amount of steep slope disturbance and to be able to put that within the building footprint.
So you had mentioned earlier that it's a relatively large piece of property, over 34 acres, and there's a kind of large amount of green space, which you've previously identified in about 5.5% building coverage. So it would make one seem to think that why do we need to come seeking relief when we have such a large property? Why can't we put the building somewhere else? Are there some things you can describe for the board here as to citing this building that drive us to this application tonight?
Yeah, once again, it's largely the steep slopes, stream, pond through the center of the property. If you're trying to put the building in the rear of the property, you start getting pinched by the setbacks and a lot closer to residential neighborhood.
You did perform that analysis, though, correct? Citing this building at other spots on the property.
Correct.
And so we've marked that plan as Exhibit A9. Do you recognize that exhibit?
I do?
And this exhibit shows the building relocated on the property. Is that correct?
Correct?
Can you describe some of the concerns and difficulties you had in siting the building elsewhere?
Yep, sure. First, we'll start in the rear of the property here. As mentioned before, property starts narrowing in width. You could not maintain the setbacks that are required in the zoning district. And you can see here that the building just will not fit. It would encroach within Harcum College. Over here, we looked at another potential option. This fits a little bit better, but there's an existing administrative building that would be within this footprint that the Jewish Federation currently uses, and was not a good location for the building.
So once it was determined from the engineering perspective that Huebner Hall's location would be the best and provide the least impact, did you take steps further? Did you do anything else to limit some of the impact, the steep slopes and otherwise?
Yes, we did. What you're seeing here in this orientation was about the third iteration that we ran before ultimately deciding this was the location that would result in the least amount of disturbance to the steep slopes.
And you prepared an exhibit with respect to those iterations as well, correct?
That's correct.
And we've marked that exhibit as Exhibit A10. Does that exhibit look familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
And you worked in preparing that, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you explain for the board what we see here on Exhibit A10?
Okay, the first attempt, having the building with the main entrance at the center of the drop-off area facing South Bryn Mawr Avenue. That would be preferred from the developer. However, you can see this is extending much further back into the property, disturbing more steep slopes. It almost encroaches on the existing pond that we're trying to preserve. The second attempt rotates the building. We did move it up a little bit closer than what was previously shown. And you can see in this back area, we were having the garage driveway, the parking garage driveway under the building, extending further. Obviously, that's going to be more steep slope disturbance. And we ultimately ended up with the third option here. Same rotation, shortened the driveway, changed the entrance to the garage, so we would reduce the amount of steep slopes and provided better emergency access so that all four corners of the building could be accessible by a fire truck.
And did you discuss these various options and considerations with township staff, with the town's fire marshal?
Yes, we did.
And ultimately, as a result of those discussions, led you to your design of the building that we showed today. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You heard testimony tonight and my intro that we're seeking different relief, the first being special exception for the use, the second is a dimensional variance for steep slope disturbance, third, a dimensional variance for building height, and fourth, a dimensional variance for building height. All that correct?
That's correct.
And the first, with respect to the senior living community use, that's permitted in the PI by special exception, correct?
Correct.
And in your opinion, from the engineering design of the project, that this senior living community is appropriately sized for the property?
Yes.
And that has to do, again, with the overall size of the property as well as the zoning impact with respect to building coverage and impervious coverage. Is that correct?
Correct.
What is the ultimate increase in building coverage as a result of this proposed project?
It increases the building coverage by 3.2%.
And again, just to be clear, we are not seeking any relief with respect to building coverage or impervious coverage as a result of this project.
Correct.
Next, we look to the kind of logical, efficient, and economical extension of public services, public water, sewer, police, fire. Have you considered all of that in your design of this building and location?
Yes, we have. Many of the utilities are already existing on the site. The site, Huebner Hall has the utilities that this building will have. Reached out to the Water Authority, Aqua, and as well as the Sewer Authority, and started the process for sewer planning. There is a sanitary sewer line that runs along the rear or behind the building, and that would be the ideal location for us to make a connection.
So once you located the building in its kind of iteration 3 from Exhibit A10, what was the natural feature that was most difficult to deal with?
I would say the steep slopes.
And so we're seeking relief for disturbance of those slopes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is it your opinion that the slopes on the site have created a hardship with respect to development and compliance with the code?
Yes.
And what creates that hardship?
Well, in my opinion, the slopes that are behind Huebner Hall were a product of the construction of Huebner Hall. If you look at the front of Huebner Hall and compare it in elevation to the rear of the hall, there is about 10-foot difference in elevation. It is my opinion that during construction, that building cut into the existing hill, flattened an area, and then just pushed any of the fill down the hill so that there could be a flat area for the building, as well as, I think the area behind the building is about 50 feet that's relatively flat.
So we've marked as Exhibit A11 a plan which you prepared. I think it might be this one here. It's your steep slope plan. Can you explain for the board what Exhibit A11 is showing?
Sure. All these colors you see on A11, those represent steep slopes. The blue areas here are the natural steep slopes that are between the percentage 14 to 20. The red areas are between percentage of that are greater than 20%. This blue area represents areas that we, in our opinion, are man-made steep slopes in the range of that are greater than 20%. You can see the majority or the bulk of these slopes behind Huebner Hall are the ones that are greater than 20%, appear to be what were man-made. The other slopes that are going down to the stream, a lot of that area is the blue that is less between 14 to 20%.
So does the code, though, differentiate between man-made slopes and natural slopes?
It doesn't.
So irrespective of whether they're man-made or they're natural, we are required to seek relief for their disturbance.
We're required to seek relief, yes.
And that's what we're doing tonight.
Correct.
But is there significance to your interpretation of the code and the intent of the steep slope and slope disturbance ordinance as to man-made versus natural slopes?
Well, whether they're man-made or natural, the slope can be eroded either way. You're going to have to provide appropriate controls to make sure that you don't provide that there is an erosion.
So if we look at Exhibit A13, that is the township's code with respect to slope controls. Is that correct?
A13, yes, that's correct.
And can you talk a little bit about what this code is speaking to from an engineering perspective?
Sure. Starting with 280.112A, it is the intent of the section to control the development of land in areas containing.
You got to slow down so
sorry.
she can take.
It is the intent of the section to control the development of land in areas containing steeply sloped land for the following purposes. 1, to limit erosion and sedimentation. 2, to protect watersheds and limit increases in stormwater runoff. 3, to prevent an increase in the possibilities of landslides and soil subsidence. 4, to maintain adequate foliage cover on hillsides. 5, to protect streams from increases in sediment and pollution.
So some of those intents include limiting erosion, limiting increases in stormwater runoff. So how has this building and project been designed to address those very specific concerns of the code?
Can I share A12?
Sure.
Or hold on, let me go with A8. Okay, A8, this is the site plan of the zoning, the latest zoning plans. First off, we're minimizing the amount of steep slope.
Hold on one second.
Sure.
Just for clarity for the board, it's A8, but it's sheet 2 of the 3 in Exhibit A8. Sorry about that.
That's all right. First off, along the perimeter of the rear of the building, the rear of the building is where the steep slopes are located. We're proposing a retaining wall so that we reduce the amount of disturbance. We're not disturbing any of the slopes down lower than where the wall is proposed. Anything above the wall, we're actually reducing the steep slopes. All this area here will either be occupied by a flat building or the area above the wall will also be flat. The slope length is what is going to drive erosion. Right now, that steep slope length is 225 feet. After proposed development, we're reducing that slope to 110 feet.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm not an engineer. Slope length, help me with that, please?
Yeah, slope length is just the length of the steep slopes. So like if I was to measure in a horizontal distance, there's 225 feet of length of slope that is considered steep. After development, with the proposal of the retaining wall, that steep slope length is being reduced to 110 feet.
Thank you.
And Jason, why is that reduction, in your opinion, important when looking at the provisions of the code and the intent of the code with respect to steep slopes?
Well, today, there is, to my knowledge, there's no stormwater controls that are preventing runoff from Huebner Hall from running down these slopes. There's no controls today.
And so, although this is a land development question, and we'll kind of get back to that slope interpretation, one of the things that we discussed with the Planning Commission was the overall promise to mitigate stormwater and to exceed what the township would require for stormwater management purposes. And is that still your intent?
That's still our intent. What I envision, first off, there will be a review for ENS adequacy from the County Conservation District, as well as the township's engineer, to confirm that the controls that we're providing during construction and also post-construction are going to minimize any potential for erosion on the site and for the area that's being disturbed by construction. PADP, Erosion and Sediment Pollution Control Manual, has a series of best management practices. I use them on every project, very similar projects to this. You got the building at the highest point of the site. It's on top of the hill. There's going to be water that runs off and runs down the hill. Some of the standard ENS BMPs are filter sock, sediment traps, erosion control matting on the slopes, and I can envision that we would be providing all that for this project. I'm actually envisioning that beyond these steep slopes, we would be potentially putting in a rain garden or bioretention facility to help with the runoff, control the runoff, prior to discharging to the swale where it's freely discharging now with no controls.
And all of those things you've just discussed speak specifically to meeting the intent of Section 281.12. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, doubling back to the township's code with respect to steep slopes, you noted that the code itself doesn't make a differentiation between man-made and natural, correct?
Correct.
But there is distinction in the code for slopes that were created as a result of an approved grading permit.
That's correct.
And pursuant to the township code, those slopes that are created pursuant to that approved grading permit are not required to comply with the disturbance regulations. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is it your opinion that the township's code reads that way because when slopes are disturbed as part of a grading permit, appropriate mitigation measures are taken to address the items we see in 281.12?
That's correct.
Now, the age of these slopes, you noted this building was built in 1960, correct?
Correct.
Did this construction predate those requirements?
It did. I believe the slope control section of the ordinance was added December 12, 1977.
So because this building predated that ordinance, is there any possible way for there to have been a grading permit that complied with this ordinance at that time?
The ordinance didn't exist, so I would say no.
Fast forwarding to today, if this building would have been built in its current location under today's requirements, it would include stormwater measures similar to what you're proposing.
That's correct.
And as a result of the proposed project, will the applicant seek to mitigate the currently uncontrolled condition at the site?
Yes, we will.
And is it your opinion that the efforts this application would make to the uncontrolled slopes would provide better stormwater management and ENS control?
I would.
And the runoff that would be generated post-development would be better than it is today?
Less than it is today. That is a criteria of the Radnor Township Code.
And so when you evaluated these slopes and ultimately the impact and proposed development, did you do so in a vacuum? Did you talk to township staff? Did you walk the site with other folks?
I personally didn't walk the site with the township staff, but a colleague of my office did, and yes.
And was it ultimately the determination during that walk and your determination that these slopes are indeed a result of the construction of this hall?
Yes.
With respect to the slopes and the overall design, and in Radnor Township, is there any provision of the code that would allow for some encroachment as part of a development? You might see in other townships where you can encroach some percentage into a steep slope, whether it's very steep or not. Does Radnor Township account for any of that type of development?
No, whether it's 1 square feet or an acre, you would need to seek relief.
So going back to your overall steep slope plan, the site is kind of riddled with steep slopes.
Correct?
And so really any forward development would involve some type of relief in your opinion.
Yes.
And again, that analysis that you performed with respect to the overall site and the areas moving again back to the back of the property where there's kind of additional slopes, it's your professional opinion that the location of the current building produces the least overall impact with respect to the site, the steep slopes, and stormwater management purposes.
That's correct. It's in an area that was previously developed by Huebner Hall. The building is larger than Huebner Hall, but there is an area that's flat behind Huebner Hall, and it seems to be the most viable option.
So with respect to the other aspects of the building and the design, has the building been designed in such a way to take advantage of these slopes?
Yes, it has.
How so?
For instance, in the rear of the building where the slopes start to drop off, that is where the parking garage would be located at the lower elevation. And it can be fit under the garage, under the building. That, by putting some parking under the building, we're also not creating additional surface parking within the slope area. So we're really, and for lack of better terms, killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
And any other examples of this type of development that utilize existing slopes with respect to building projects that you can think of here in Radnor Township?
Sorry?
Are there any other building projects in Radnor Township that utilize this type of a design up against a slope?
I think we're in it. Based on the slopes to the rear of the building, they drop down. There's a pad area that's leveled off for the building, the parking areas, and then you continue down to the entrance of the facility.
So when we move kind of beyond that and the impact of the development of these slopes, we've marked as Exhibit A14 a letter from the project's geotech engineer confirming our construction. Is that correct? Does that look familiar to you?
That's correct, yep.
And can you summarize the findings of that letter?
Okay, sure. Can I flip to the second page? They basically conclude that slopes of this nature are constructed on all the time, and construction is possible and feasible for this development.
The next variance that we're looking for tonight is for building height, correct?
Correct?
Well, that's primarily a design issue that Mr. Parry is going to offer some testimony to. There's some physical circumstances that ultimately lead to the request. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the maximum building height permitted in this section of the code is what?
38 feet.
And what is being proposed today?
Today, the building height is calculated to be 38.94 feet.
And can you talk to me a little bit about how building height is calculated in Radnor and how we got to that calculation here?
Yes, give me 1 second.
All right.
What was that number? 30,
38.9.
38.
38.94 is what I'm calculating the height. The variance we requested is 40, so that we have some construction tolerances. The definition for building height per the code, the vertical distance from the average grade, that's important. The average of the grades taken at 20-foot intervals around the building perimeter to the top of the highest roof beams of a flat roof or to the mean level of a sloped roof, provided that chimneys, spires shall not be shall not be included in measuring the height. That is what is driving our building height up. The fact that the slopes to the rear of the building start falling down the hill. When we take the average grade around the building, if we were to use the proposed grades around the entire building, we would not have a slope, we would not have a building height, we would not need a building height variance. The building is 35 feet high to the highest roof beam above the finished floor. But the fact that the rear of the building slopes down so much, it's driving down the average grade around the building. And when we come in, if the project moves forward, this area will be roughly the proposed grade, 380.94. But the ordinance will not allow you to take more than 8 feet above the existing grade in your calculation.
So that's a little bit confusing. So can you just explain it again, the 380 number and how we get there and the limits of the ordinance with respect to the 8 feet above that finished grade?
Okay, so if your proposed grade is, well, we'll just say your proposed grade is elevation 100. Your existing grade is elevation 390. You could only consider your average grade in the calculation to be 398, 8 feet higher than the existing grade.
So, as part of this
There's mud.
as part of this project, the building was originally proposed much higher. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What was the initial application seeking a variance for?
I believe it was 48 feet.
And again, Mr. Parry is going to offer more testimony to that end, but was it your charge to work with Mr. Parry and share the engineering around building height to drive that design to bring that variance request down?
Yes, yes, it was.
And you've done that, is that correct?
Correct, calculating the average grade around the building.
So the next variance that we seek also ties into slopes and existing conditions and natural features, and that's building length. Can you discuss, although Mr. Parry, again, will offer the most specific testimony, but the physical circumstances that create the hardship, in your opinion, with respect to the building length that we're seeking?
Once again, trying to minimize what steep slopes we're disturbing here. By making the building longer in the direction where there is no steep slopes, that is helping reduce the amount that the building would extend down the slope.
And so for all of these reasons and your understanding and visitation to the property, your expertise in engineering, you believe that the variances that we're seeking tonight, the request we're seeking, is the minimum necessary to allow this project to move forward.
Correct.
And it's your opinion that if approved, the proposed project will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare in the community. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is it in fact your testimony that the project will be improving some existing conditions as they relate to steep slopes?
Steep slopes, erosion control, stormwater. Yes.
I have no additional questions for Mr. Korzak.
Just one.
Board? Yep.
Yeah, just one question. I apologize if you said this already. The soccer field that's there, why was that not an able location?
That field is heavily utilized by the Federation as well as other members of the community. I believe that's what Mr. Balaban had said. And it's Jewish Federation's interest to keep it.
I would assume it would be your testimony, but that spot would work, though.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Hold on. Actually, it would not work because if the building was placed there, it would be over the setback.
What's the setback?
The front yard is 120 feet from the street.
I have a couple questions. Turning your attention to Exhibit A9. And I apologize for having you repeat your testimony. These are the alternate locations on the property for the structure. The property closest, I'm going to just say closest to Bryn Mawr Hospital, the one on the right of that.
Uh-huh.
That location was found unsuitable. Why?
There's an existing building that's utilized by the Federation. You can't see it in the footprint of this building, but it's like basically smack dab in the middle. It's not a good location.
And is that one of the uses that Mr. Balaban discussed earlier in his testimony?
I believe so, yes.
Which was that?
We'd have to call Mr. Balaban back up to get that use. I don't know exactly which one it is, but I'll
we
bring him
could?
up. Yep, absolutely.
Thank you. To what extent can various of the issues that we're talking about here be mitigated by reducing the size of the structure?
Well, I mean, if the size of the structure was the same size as Huebner Hall, we wouldn't be doing any additional disturbance. But in my opinion, that would not make this a viable use on this property. It wouldn't.
From what aspect?
From the aspect of needing of unit count, and the amenities that typically go into a senior living facility like this.
And we will get testimony from Mr. Westrom as to that, but I think maybe from Mr. Korzak's testimony, it would be how significant of a reduction in size to the facility would you see for a totally compliant building? Would it be 20%, 30%, 40,
Well,
50?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Answer that, and then I'll ask my question.
If it was to maintain the size of Huebner Hall,
To not disturb areas of steep slope.
it would be about maybe a third to a half of the size it is now. But that is not just a building coverage issue, or you would still need to provide surface parking for those spaces. So you would still, if you're not providing them under the building, you would be providing them via surface, disturbing roughly the same areas the building is taken up.
And my question is more directed to the extent, to the issue that we as a board are typically faced with, and that is granting relief in appropriate circumstances to the minimum limit that is necessary to address the property owner's concerns, but still be consistent with what we're asked to do. So as opposed to saying, you know, where could you put a fully compliant building, one could tinker around the edges to mitigate some of the effects that are driving the request for relief. Is that correct?
Yes, but once again, I don't know, to meet the dimensional setbacks and to provide an area that is going to disturb less steep slopes, this is the location that will disturb the least amount. The fact that we're putting in the retaining wall up also is helping reduce the steep slope disturbance.
Thank you.
Yep.
Anyone else?
One question. Would you please explain again how the building length for which you're asking for a variance is tied into what you said about the steep slopes?
Okay. To the east and west of the building where it is being proposed, there are not any steep slopes in this area. So by expanding the building, making it longer, we're not creating any steep slope disturbance there. If the building was shorter, that may mean that it would need to get wider. If it gets wider, it's going to extend further into the slopes.
Okay, got it.
So if you look at Exhibit A9, John, I think that might speak a little bit more to how the design, the length of the building is impacted by slopes. So Jason, looking here in front of you at Exhibit A9, the orientation of the building with the two long pieces, ultimately that we believe with the articulation we've provided don't need variance, but to the extent the articulation was not provided, your testimony is in order to get the 90-degree turns necessary to create shorter buildings, the building itself would push back to meet that. Is that correct?
Correct.
And as you push back, you hit more slopes.
Correct.
So by designing the building at its current length, you're able to keep it, for lack of a better term, skinnier.
Mm-hmm.
And that skinnier design disturbs less slopes.
That's correct.
John, is that more clear?
Yes, thank you.
Yep. Any other questions for Mr. Korzak? Okay. We're getting there.
Thank you.
I have Mr. Parry next.
Don't forget Mr. Balaban coming back.
We'll bring it back. Yep, you've got notes on that, yeah. I figured, John, we would get through the witnesses, and then there may be more for Michael to answer at the end.
Lay these out.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
State your full name and spelling, please.
John R. Parry, Jr., P-A-R-R-Y.
Ian, I don't know if you can work any magic back there and zoom out, but if you can and grab all those pictures, that would be great. Thank you. We can work with those, I think, Jack.
Within an inch?
There we go.
I'll move them around when we need to.
Thanks, Ian. All right, Jack, can you please state and spell your name for the record?
John Parry Jr., P-A-R-R-Y,
And by whom are you employed?
J. Randolph Parry Architects, P.C.
And we've marked as Exhibit A15 a copy of your CV. Have you provided that to us to provide to this board this evening?
Yes, I have.
And that is an accurate depiction of your professional and educational background, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Can you briefly describe that background for the board, please?
I graduated from Virginia Tech with a Bachelor's of Architecture. Started this practice in 1996 as J. Randolph Parry Architects, P.C., and we have been doing considerable senior housing for the last 25 years.
And are you a licensed architect in Pennsylvania?
I am licensed in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Connecticut, and a few other states, yes.
Have you previously been admitted and accepted as an expert in architecture and design in front of boards in Pennsylvania?
Yes, I have.
I would like to move Mr. Parry as an expert in architecture and design with specific expertise in senior living communities.
Without objection.
Thank you. Jack, are you familiar with the property that's the subject of the application tonight?
Yes, I am.
And have you been to the campus?
Yes. In fact, I've taken pictures with one of my associates that's with me tonight, and we've created the composites to show the design and how it fits on the campus.
And so those pictures that you have on the table there, they're also marked in the exhibit package as Exhibit A16. Is that correct?
Yes.
As well as some additional exhibits that you've prepared are Exhibit A17. Is that correct?
Yes, and I don't have those out, but I can pull them out.
Great.
In
And-
fact, I'll need them.
Again, an area of your expertise is designing senior living communities. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you were tasked with designing this community. Is that correct?
Yes, I was.
And were you
I
present?
wasn't tasked with it, but I've been enjoying it, yes.
Try to speak in the microphone.
Surely.
It's very soft-spoken.
Were you present at the two planning commission's meetings where the project was presented and discussed?
Yes, I was.
And was very specific comment given by the planning commission to the design of the building?
Yes.
And as a result of some of those comments at the planning commission, did you undertake with your team a full redesign of the proposed senior living community from what was originally contemplated?
To a large part, yes.
And so if we turn to your exhibits here, A16, are these a series of renderings that show your full redesign of the senior living community?
Correct, it is.
Can you take us through that design, please?
I can walk you through the pictures.
That would be terrific.
I don't think you can hear or not, but
Here you go.
from the top left, we are on Bryn Mawr Avenue at the proposed entrance that Jason spelled out on his drawings. There's a view, A16B, that is still from Bryn Mawr looking past the soccer fields. 16C is on Bryn Mawr looking over top the soccer fields, and we've located the building in roughly the same position as Hubner Hall. 16D, again, is Hubner Hall, and it starts to show the building length and what we've done in order to achieve a break in that facade, which we'll get to shortly. 16E is looking from the church property into the end of our building. 16F is on the downside where it starts to show the grade changes and the retaining wall that Jason referenced before. 16G is from the lake, the Vulcan Street view across the lake up to our building, which disappears very nicely behind the existing trees. H is from the church again. I don't know how they got out of order. 16H is from the churches behind me on this picture, looking up the steps to the ends of our building. And I is literally from Vulcan Road, looking through the trees. And we took this specifically because we knew we wouldn't be able to see the building at all.
So when we look at all of these designs and the photos and renderings that you've put forth, What were some of the goals that you considered when you undertook the redesign of the site and the project?
May I get into the two issues of variance and height?
So I think I want to talk a little bit more here about the style of the building and the materials that you used as you evolved from your initial design to the current design.
There was concern at the Planning Commission meeting that, that the existing building was going to be demolished, and we took the advantage of, it wasn't in our control to knock the building down, but we wanted to memorialize some of the issues from the architect that was working on it. We took materials that are in keeping with what was there before. We took materials that was originally we were showing siding. We went back to brick because brick is more prevalent on the campus itself. The colors are consistent with more on the campus, and we just felt that this, from a material standpoint, fits in much better.
How about the architectural style of this building as it aligns with Hebner Hall?
Again, we took a flat roof. We shortened took off the gable roof and put a flat roof on it, which was in keeping with that building and many of the other buildings on site.
And the added benefit of going with that type of a design, did it also reduce your overall building height?
Yes, it did. It brought us down to well within reach.
And then with respect to building length, did you kind of dive into the code itself to understand how the township defines building length and how you could architecturally mitigate some of the perceived length of this building?
Yes, that was a challenge. We needed to achieve a break in the building length. And what we interpreted the code to mean is if we had an architectural detail of substance, we could go 160 feet, have that break, and then another 160. So that's how this particular rendering shows. We have a 6-foot projection out, which we did not have before, and we achieved that break on both sides.
And so we'll get to the specifics of the code and your interpretation a bit later, but the most significant reduction that we saw from the original design to this design, I think, is the reduction in building height. We were previously, was it 48 feet, is that correct?
Yes.
And what's being proposed today?
We're down to 38 and 35 on the front, so we're actually less on the Bryn Mawr Avenue side.
And so from a design perspective, you heard the testimony from Mr. Korzak as to some of the natural features that lend themselves to how we calculate building height, but the perceived height, as you note, again, from Bryn Mawr Avenue, is still
It's well within, yes.
Yep, within the perceived or the permitted 38 feet. And it's your understanding, again, working with Mr. Korzak, that these measurements are taken from kind of a finished grade, and that if the building was measured from that finished grade, the senior living community would otherwise comply.
Yes.
And if we turn to Exhibit A17 here. You have a larger photo there? Okay. So you've laid out 3 photos that we've marked as Exhibit A17, and part of this exhibit is to speak to how the proposed building will fit within the character of the campus. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you've evaluated some of the other buildings on the campus and their heights. Is that correct?
Yes.
And there are multiple buildings there that are taller than the proposed senior living community. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's what we show here on Exhibit A17. Can you walk the board through Exhibit A17, please?
A17A is the Barak Hebrew Academy. We've found that it exceeds the 38 feet in height by approximately, it's 62 feet in height. It's 3 stories. It exceeds 3 stories because it's 5 stories at the tallest part. And we also believe that it exceeds the 160-foot length across the back. The Harcum College Art and Design Center exceeds 38 feet in height. It's approximately 61 feet. Exceeds 3 stories. It's 5 stories. And although it's not on the same site, we have the Presbyterian Church that also has its own height variances, but it's still higher than we're proposing on our building.
And so even with the reductions, though, just to be clear, we are seeking a dimensional variance to construct this current building, and we're asking for 40 feet, although we believe the ultimate design is just over 38 feet.
Yes.
The next dimensional variance that we're seeking is the building length. And we talked a little bit about, and you heard from Mr. Korzak, that there are some natural features that create the need for the longer building as opposed to something of a skinnier building. You heard a question from Mr. Lord a little bit earlier. Can you speak to the design of the building and how length versus width has impacted the way you've set this building when considering the slopes that exist on the site?
Don't know if I have anything particularly right here that can show that, but it's an H-shaped building. The 2 wings of the H's are the lengths that we're trying to get within the ordinance requirement. That's, again, why we've broken those wings with an element that's a little bit higher and 6 foot out, which we felt from our interpretation of the ordinance that would help to break it up. I'm sorry?
A16.
16D, yes.
And so speaking again to that, you heard testimony that I gave as well as Mr. Korzak. Is there a definition of building length in the code that can be generally applied to all developments?
It was our understanding that it was not clear, no.
But the code did give you guidance in the PI district with respect to building length.
Yes.
And you followed that guidance in what way?
By breaking it in the center and breaking down the 2 wings with an element that was added on to the building to do so.
And if the board...
Sorry, Counselor. I'm getting confused
Sure.
by the lengths here. Is there a drawing that has the actual lengths measured on the drawing? If not, can you go to A8? Tell me the H, tell me the lengths, all that stuff.
Yep.
Which one is 160, what is what? Because it'd be great if we had a dimensional side of the building itself. I just want to make sure that I understand what is the actual length from what you have drawn right here. That's the question.
If you look here, there you go. Yep, you can use that. Yeah, those. Way to bring this.
You want to zoom in on this black and white elevation. From one side to the other, it's a little over 300 feet. And we're breaking that into 2 parts. We're breaking it with the 6-foot projection in the center. So it's roughly 330 feet. And we're breaking it into a piece that makes it 160, then the architectural element, and another 160, roughly.
So again, if I were to look at the far left side and the far right side, that's over 300.
Yes.
Okay.
And so just for the record, I've marked that as Exhibit A22. I'll submit it after the hearing.
Hesitant to not go further into Saldo land here, but has planning weighed in on this plan, and has planning does the Planning Commission feel that architectural element is sufficient to alleviate the issue with respect to building length?
This plan has not been back as in its current state to planning. It was adjusted following the last Planning Commission meeting to try and be responsive to those issues. But it has not been revisited by the Planning Commission since their last meeting. We appeared there twice, John. Slight variations between the 2, but as it exists today, it has not.
So we might grant relief, in which point they don't have anything to worry about. Or we could decline to grant relief, and the conversation will be had again at planning as to whether that's sufficient.
I think ultimately it comes down to zoning because it's a zoning requirement. So if ultimately the board, it's within your purview to make the determination whether or not you believe the articulation component is an appropriate interpretation of your ordinance. I don't think that the Planning Commission can, on its own, make that determination because it's ultimately a zoning issue, whether we comply or not. So I think in order to move forward, we would either need from this board a variance or an interpretation, as we've interpreted, that the articulation is consistent with the ordinance.
Yeah, but that makes it harder for us to,
Is consistent with the interpretation of the ordinance.
but that makes it harder for us to run away from hard questions.
Yeah, I know it.
I have a question.
Great.
Having spent some time in senior communities, I understand why you would want one continuous building. But has there been any discussion or look at the plans to have two buildings which both meet our code and therefore no need for a variance?
So separate, I don't know if that's been discussed or considered, but we could probably ask Mr. Westrom whether or not he thinks that would work. Any other questions at this moment?
I think I have a question.
Okay.
So the interpretation of the code, and I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Yep.
The interpretation of the code is that, well, maybe I do want to put words in your mouth.
Sure. Everybody else does, so jump in.
I'm just trying to think how to formulate it. The idea of 260-foot sections, they're all considered the same building in this design?
So the code can be, step all the way back. If you look at the code, the first thing we do is we go to look if there's a definition of building length. You go to kind of the general definitions in the zoning ordinance. There is not. Even though every area of the code has a building length restriction, there's no guidance there. But if you go to the Garrett Hill section, there is a definition. So that's kind of unique to that overlay. But in this district, the PI, there's a provision that talks about how you can have a design of a building and then mitigate it by offsets so that a larger building can essentially meet the requirement of 160 feet. And we believe that to be very relevant because the buildings in the PI are, by their nature of the district, designed to be larger. They're colleges, they're hospitals, they're larger footprints, they're senior living communities, they're housing for the indigent and the sick. And so we believe that was kind of an intent, but it didn't quite go all the way there. You have to extrapolate from that. And so we've done that. Without any other guidance in the code, we've said, all right, where can we find the only guidance there is? And that guidance is what we've designed to, but the ordinance is not incredibly clear there. So then we back it all the way out to legal interpretation of what does that mean and how should it be interpreted.
Yeah, so in other words, I guess my question really is then that this is, what you're proposing is two buildings connected to each other with a 90-degree facade.
A 6-foot articulation in the building that makes it look as if there's a center portion and then two wings.
Right.
That's
and
correct.
The wings is under that, using that term and tying it back to 280-70B1, is that each wing is its own building?
Each wing is its own building for purposes of building length. That's correct. That's how we interpret the code, and we think that was the intent.
And then I guess the question for us tonight is, do we agree with that interpretation, or are we just inclined to grant a variance?
Correct.
Building length obligation?
Correct. And so we thought, rather than stand up here and have me do that, well, I did include some written materials for you guys. I know you're looking to read more, so I've provided that. So Exhibit A21 is our kind of legal position with respect to the interpretation of the code.
Do you get any sort of determination from the zoning officer as to his interpretation of building length?
We
Even
did
realize if you need anything.
So initially in the original design, Brad, we didn't have this articulation. And so everybody said, your building is too long. And so we said, that's about right. And so we went back and said, how can we, the goal coming from planning, I mean, you know, right, is to either reduce or eliminate as much of the relief as you're requesting as you can. Make it, hear their feedback, and then redesign until you don't think you can redesign anymore. And so that was kind of what Jack was tasked with, was, okay, go figure out a way to make this work. And so as part of that, that's how we got here. So no, kind of in the interim, we didn't go to Kevin and say, can we get an interpretation? Because we did feel ultimately it was going to, Kevin was going to say, you're going to have to go to the zoning hearing board on that. So just in my experience, that's where I felt like I'd be.
Question for you. Can the board assume it's the same mailing address for both of these buildings?
I think that the board, it would be one use here. Yeah, so one building from a mailing perspective. But I will also note for you, and this, again, John might take us way off, but as you get into some land development and design issues, buildings can be determined and separated by firewalls, where the fire code will say if you separate it with an appropriate wall, you've actually created a different building. So we didn't go down that route, but I know for any of you folks that have kind of school experience or hospital experience, they sometimes separate the building from fire code provisions by adding fire safety walls or fire break walls, and then they're separate buildings. So it's one building from an address perspective, but it's ultimately, we believe it's going to function as more than that. I've just a couple more for him, and then I'll be done with him. So, Mr. Parry, one of the things that we talked about was your experience in designing senior living communities, and you've got extensive experience there. Is that correct?
Yes.
And some of the feedback we heard at the Planning Commission was whether or not this was a uniquely designed building. And in your opinion, is this building unique to this site?
This building was designed for this site, yes.
Is it fair to say you've not used this design before for another one of your senior living communities?
Yes, it is fair to say that.
I have no additional questions for Mr. Parry.
Any other board questions? No? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Okay. Traffic. Matt. You can pull those off, I think. Is there a single plan the board would like us to kind of leave on here, or, I don't know, sometimes just for viewing purposes, kind of? How do you feel about it?
No, I don't think so, but A22, if you want to hand that up or keep
Oh,
it,
right.
but don't, let's keep it separate so we remember it for the record.
It's your A22. You can grab it, step back, and then. So I'll leave A8 out.
I do. Sure, Matthew Hammond, Hammond. Thank you.
Is that working for you? Can you hear him okay? Well, I'll trade you. Right, yeah. Benefits of being short, Gus. So, Matt, I'd like to show you an exhibit that we've marked as Exhibit A18, and that's a copy of your CV. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And by whom are you employed?
I am with Traffic Planning and Design.
And what's your position with Traffic Planning and Design?
I am the Executive Vice President overseeing the private side of the company.
And Exhibit A18 reflects your educational and professional background, that's correct?
That is correct.
And you're a licensed engineer in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania?
That is correct.
And you've been accepted, even here in Radnor, right, as an expert in traffic planning design, is that correct?
That is correct.
I would like to move Mr. Hammond as an expert in traffic planning and design.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And you're generally familiar with the project, is that right, Matt?
I am.
And so if we turn to Exhibit A19, this is a traffic impact study prepared by your company, is that correct?
That is correct, dated June 3rd, 2022.
And can you summarize for the board the findings of this study?
Sure. As is with any development and traffic study prepared for the subject development, we conducted traffic counts out at the existing property and the location of the existing access points, as well as the intersection of County Line Haverford Road and South Bryn Mawr Avenue. We provided for trip generation calculations relating to the use. We went through a process with PennDOT to determine the appropriate trip generation to utilize, the number of trips that we would generate for this use. I would point out that PennDOT had requested we use a more conservative approach to trip generation to kind of look at it, again, more conservatively as far as the analysis is concerned. We looked at the site distance to determine if the proposed access point to South Bryn Mawr Avenue exceeded the PennDOT site distance requirements, being that South Bryn Mawr Avenue is a PennDOT-owned and controlled roadway. We provided for analysis within the study, looking at how the intersections operate today and in the future. And also looked at any sort of improvements that may or may not be necessary, not only from a traffic perspective, but also a pedestrian perspective.
And when you performed your study, did you also consider existing traffic from Heder Chabad's school use as it compares to the proposed senior living community?
We did. When we conducted the traffic counts as part of the traffic study, which was done while school was in session in April of 2022, we included the traffic associated with all of the uses on the property, which was, and I always get this wrong, so I apologize, Heder Chabad. Sorry, with all the school, yeah, it's easier. With all the traffic related to the Heder Chabad, as well as the Barak School and Proclamation Church. All that traffic was included. We also looked at a comparison, being that the proposed development would be replacing the Heder Chabad School. Looked at a comparison of the traffic generated by the school versus the traffic generated by the proposed development. What we found was during the morning peak hour of traffic, and obviously when we look at traffic impact studies, we look at the peak hours of traffic, usually during a typical weekday for this type of use. The subject development generates significantly less traffic during the morning peak hour, and would generate slightly more traffic during the PM commuter peak hour, but that likely is due to the fact that most of the students on campus would exit the campus by 4:30. I believe the Barak School PM dismissal is 3:15, and the Heder Chabad School's PM dismissal is 4 p.m., whereas the peak of South Bryn Mawr Avenue is more between 4:30 and 5:30 in the afternoon. But over the course of a day, the proposed senior living facility would generate less traffic than would the Heder Chabad School.
And has your traffic impact study been reviewed by the Township's traffic engineer?
It has. We received comments. The most recent comments received from the Township traffic engineer were dated July 5th of 2022.
How significant were those comments?
Very minor. I believe there were 5 comments. One of the comments talked about coordinating with the Township moving forward from the pedestrian standpoint, the pedestrian connections, but there were only 5 comments contained within that review letter.
How about PennDOT? Have they reviewed your study?
They have. As I mentioned, South Bryn Mawr Avenue is a PennDOT roadway, so we will ultimately, if successful, move on through to the PennDOT HOP permitting process to seek approval from PennDOT. Prior to that, we submitted a traffic study to the department for review and received a review letter from the department dated July 7th of 2022.
And is that letter what we've marked as Exhibit A20?
It is.
And does the PennDOT approval letter at this stage of the process indicate to you that PennDOT is comfortable with the project and the project design?
It does. As a matter of fact, on page 3 of that letter, comment number 1 under transportation study, PennDOT states that they have no further comments with respect to the traffic study prepared, which means that they have essentially approved the traffic study based on the criteria and information provided in said study.
So at this stage of an application, is this type of a response unique from PennDOT?
It is. It's very rare to have an approval letter from PennDOT at this stage in the process on the traffic study aspects. Usually we find that later on through the land development process, but yes, it is very rare.
One of the things this board, with respect to traffic, is tasked with considering it's whether or not there will be any detrimental impact, in your opinion, we're speaking again specifically to traffic, as a result of the proposed project. Have you considered that detrimental impact, if there is any, with respect to this project?
We have. As outlined in the traffic study, we have looked at the existing traffic volumes, future traffic volumes, as well as the traffic being replaced or reduced by virtue of the proposed development. And then as it relates to the recommendations within the study, we are proposing some signal timing adjustments and the addition of the driveway which would serve the proposed residential development.
So looking with respect to post-development, I think kind of summing up your testimony, just want to make sure we're clear, is it your opinion, based on your experience in traffic planning and design and even working with these types of facilities and seeing these in actual function rather than just on paper, that the post-development traffic will be better than the existing pre-development conditions?
For these type of facilities, I would say yes. Specifically, and as I mentioned before, PennDOT required or asked us to utilize a more conservative approach to trip generation. I've been involved in close to 20 to 25 of these type of uses, and what I found after development of this use is that the traffic associated with that use is actually less than what is projected. And again, especially in this instance where PennDOT asked us to use the higher values from a trip generation perspective.
So, and I think that's kind of an important thing. So I think probably the only people that other people generally trust less than lawyers are traffic engineers. So I just want to make sure that the product, as you move off of your study, you've seen it in action, and you actually see the traffic generated by these types of facilities, and they are, in fact, even better than your study shows.
That's correct. And again, most of the residents of these type of facilities do not drive. So it's typically we see less traffic generated than what we project in the study, but that's done purposely to provide for a more conservative approach, looking at the analysis and making sure that things will operate safe and efficiently in the future.
So I have no additional questions for Mr. Hammond.
Any questions from the board?
I have a quick question. Presently, the driveway that's being used to enter Barrack Academy, when people exit, they can turn right or left on Bryn Mawr Ave, correct?
That is correct.
There's no light, although there might be a safety for school zone that slows the traffic down on Bryn Mawr Avenue.
That's correct.
For the new driveway for the residential living, will there be a no left turn? Will exit, will the exit crowd be able to go left and right?
That is correct. It will be a full access driveway.
It'll be a full access driveway.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yep.
And my question was whether the new driveway is the sole access to the new facility, or whether the facility can also be accessed from the entrance that Jamie was just referring to.
So there are internal connections through the property. I believe the entire site, including Proclamation Church, are interconnected. So you will have the ability to access the subject development from the existing access points to the east and to the west. But the main access, and that benefits all of the uses on site. But the purpose of this access point is primarily to serve the residential development. You're welcome.
Thanks, Matt. You're free to go. So next, I'd like to call John Westrom.
Use that one, I'll use this one.
Whatever you like.
I do swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
And state your full name.
John A. Westrom, W-E-S-T-R-U-M. Here's a card.
So I was turned around for a minute, but I believe you've stated and spelled your name for the record. Is
I
that
did,
correct?
yes.
And you've been sworn.
Yes.
John, can you tell us a little bit about your professional background and who you're employed by and what that is?
Sure. John Westrom, Chairman, CEO of Westrom Development Company. We are a privately held residential real estate development company located in Fort Washington. We concentrate on developing high-quality residential communities, including senior living communities that meet the desires and the demands of the ever-changing marketplace.
What is Westrom Development's history with respect to residential building and then ultimately senior living communities like the one we're proposing here in Radnor Township?
So we started in 1987, and since then we've constructed close to 6,000 residential homes and apartments and improved over 10,000 building lots in the region, and contributed to the development of more than 100 communities in 5 counties in southeastern Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. And our residential communities include construction of several senior living communities across Pennsylvania and New Jersey. Some of the recent examples that we have done would be the Pinnacle at Plymouth Meeting in Plymouth Township, Mercer Hill in Doylestown up in Bucks County, Arbor Square in Westchester down in Chester County, Crescent Fields in Huntington Valley, just opening that right now in Huntington Valley.
John, can you explain for the board how you came to be involved in this project?
Yes, in about 2016, we were contacted by one of the board members, and also we then met with then Chairperson Susanna Lax Adler at the Jewish Federation site at the Schwartz campus in Radnor Township, and we reviewed the campus for a potential use of a senior living community to be constructed at that site. At that point, the Federation had recognized that they had significant financial obligations that were due in 2038, and they really wanted to have the campus be able to function and continue, and they determined that the best way for that to happen was to be able to put a senior living community on the campus that would be complementary to the existing uses that they had there at that time. We evaluated the property, and we evaluated the possibility of doing it at that point, but at that timing, the Federation really was not in a position to proceed to go forward. And if you fast forward that to 2019, they came back and said, you know, every day that we get closer to 2038 is an issue, and we really need to do something. We want to be able to create something that would be able to be very complementary, and they identified Huebner Hall as a obsolete building that was going to ultimately something had to happen there. And we looked at various parts on the site, as previous witnesses talked about, and we deemed that that was the best location for a senior living community to be built.
So if we set aside kind of all of Michael Balaban's testimony with respect to the Federation's mission and this use, can you tell us from your perspective if and why this property, the subject property, is suitable for one of your senior living communities or a senior living community in general?
This site is phenomenal from a standpoint of how to, you know, in real estate, it's location, location, location. And you really have a situation where there is such a limited supply of senior facilities or senior living communities in Radnor Township, in the Radnor area, and you've got demographics that are just gigantic. So our stand was that we would evaluate that, we would look at that, and when we talked about location, 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 we found that we had so many people, which is 82,000 people in a 3-mile radius. 33% of those were over age 55, which calculates about 27,000 residents with a very large income. And it was deemed that that was, the demand is there. There's not enough supply.
So you heard testimony from Mr. Balaban that the Federation kind of has plans to demolish Huebner Hall. But irrespective of those, do you have an opinion as to whether or not Huebner Hall could be adapted or reused in some way for a senior living community?
Huebner Hall is about 8,800 square feet, and it's a long, thin building. As Mr. Balaban stated, it is really was designed to be an office building. The bones of it are not conducive to senior living. It's too small. You could never have the amenities that are required from today's seniors put there. You could never have the staffing and the MEPs, the plumbing, the electric, the mechanicals, everything would all need to be completely gutted and ripped out, and it still wouldn't be providing the capability to be an adequate senior community.
And so one of the things I think we had talked about was, again, how that building, the bones of that building, how it's constructed, the internal. So even setting aside the outside footprint, there are very significant, in your building experience, significant restraints inside, concrete walls and things of that nature that make it more difficult to adapt and reuse. Is that correct?
Correct.
And there are kind of ever-present and prevalent ADA concerns and access issues.
Every component, I mean, as we explain to everyone, is that senior living communities today are not what you saw 50 years ago. That building was designed 50 years ago. Today's senior population demands high amenitized buildings, social integration, multiple areas for being able to have dining facilities, movies, barbershops, pubs, basically, as we call it, a cruise ship without water. And without that, I mean, that's just what everybody is built, what's being expected. And when we design buildings, we don't design them for yesterday. We don't design them for today. We design them for tomorrow. And you have a baby boomer population that is coming through right now that is inundating the senior housing communities, because in 1945 to 1964 is when the baby boomer population came about, and in 2025, which would be about when the time that this building would ultimately be open, that's when the baby boom population turns 80. And from then on, every year from then on, there is going to be another, there's 75 million baby boomers right now. And every year there's just going to be more and more and more. So there's going to be a need for that use. And the other thing is that clientele demands so much. I don't know if any, well, I look around, I'm one of the last of the baby boomers, but those who are baby boomers, we are not the same as our parents were, and our parents aren't the same as their parents were, and our kids won't be the same as we are. So as you keep going, you have to plan and advance things, because people are demanding more and more in what they want.
And so you kind of beat me to it, but I'm glad you did, and I'm hoping you can explain it even a little more. And that's what facilities are necessary in your experience. You've got experience, obviously, vast in this specific area. So in order for a community like this to be viable, and this is touching a little bit on your question, John, and we'll get more to that in a minute, but what is necessary from your perspective to make this viable?
So what we have found is that, many, many years back, I know one of the reasons that we design our buildings the way we design them is that when I visited my grandmother when I was 10 or 12, I didn't even want to go there, because God forbid it was a nursing home or someplace, and it was dark, it was dingy, it smelled bad, it was horrible. So what's being required now is really what's called a continuum of care. And you've heard of CCRCs, which is continuing care retirement communities. Most of them have big entrance fees, and you have Beaumont, you have another one close here, Dunwoody, and then another one also. But in today's environment, you need to have a continuum of care, and our model provides a continuum of care. So we have independent living, personal care, and memory care. So it allows for someone to move in very ambulatory with all their senses and every capability, but they want to be able to move someplace that they can actually progress through the same community without having to go from one building or community to another community as they would need advanced care.
And when we think about, and this goes to Mr. Balaban's testimony, this being a singular campus, but even stepping out into the larger community, here in Radnor Township and the other communities where you've developed communities, is it your experience that you find these residents want to stay where they are? They want to They want to move into a facility that is in their town, in their community that they know.
Yes, and really the importance is that when we design buildings, we really don't design it only for the residents. We actually design it for the adult children and the grandchildren, because there's nothing worse. Not the only thing, but the most important thing for a resident is to be able to see their family. They want to be able to see their kids, and they want to be able to see their grandkids. The largest group of population that is moving to Pennsylvania is actually from Florida, because they want to come back to see their kids. So you find that, and what our designs do, and what the clientele is demanding, is that they have a community that their adult children will want to go to and their grandchildren want to go to, not the old 1960s nursing home style communities where, like I say, it smelled, it was dark, it was dingy, it was everything else. So these communities, like I said, are cruise ships without water. And in what we've done, we literally have brunches, and the grandkids want to come because they want to be able to play in the amenities that we have. And the amenities include, and these are desired and kind of required by the market at this point, is the movie theater. They want to have multiple areas of dining. They're demanding entertainment areas. They're demanding fitness gyms, activity centers, gardening, bars and pubs. You name it, doctor's office, hair salons. I mean, we have all those components, and that's really what makes it a self-enclosed community. And then the other part is from a standpoint of traffic, et cetera, is that we have like basically a van or a bus that will take people to various events and things like that, because it's all done from an activities director. The activities director is the most key component here, because we want to keep the clientele busy and active and fun. And I'll give you an example. I go to a lot of our communities, and one of our residents said to me, she was down in Florida over the holidays, and I actually was down there, I saw her, and she said, I miss my friends back at Mercer Hill in Doylestown. She goes, I wish I was back there. I always wanted to come to Florida. I wanted to see my family and friends, but I really want to go back and see my friends in Mercer Hill.
And kind of the concept of this design is like a Main Street concept.
Yes.
That's kind of how you explain it. And that provides these amenities, as you've described, on site, health services and so forth, for the 3 levels of service that you've provided.
Yes.
Do you work with, and the proximity of this project near Bryn Mawr Hospital, how important is that for you?
That's of utmost importance, because the only part that we don't supply in the continuum of care is really nursing services or skilled nursing. So having a hospital within immediate proximity is of utmost importance, and that's one of the reasons why this site was selected or chosen, and why the Federation thought, when they saw what our model was and how we do the things, is what a great attribute it is to have Bryn Mawr Hospital so close, as well as the other part of having both SEPTA train, immediately proximity to the site, and a bus route, because a lot of the staff uses public transportation, and that even minimizes road traffic, et cetera. It's walking distance to both bus and train for our, what could be for guests, but also for staff.
And so all of the items that you've listed, the areas of care, the items in Main Street, all of the facilities that you provide to your residents, they all drive the size of these facilities. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's based on real-world experience that you have.
Yes, and it's getting more expensive every day.
And so when we talk about reducing the size of this building, simply reducing units doesn't necessarily correlate specifically to reducing footprint. Is that correct?
you destroy the building. I mean, the bottom line is that you have to have a certain number of units to be independent, that can move to personal care, that ultimately have the ability to move to memory care. And it's not like you can take this on a copy machine and just push 70% or 80%. The staffing is necessary. They're all designed, they're all integrated, combined, and the number of people that you have, you can't have, you still need the number of people, because you have to be able to service your clients. And if you have more staff and fewer units and fewer revenue, it just doesn't, nothing works here.
So it's in addition to the financial implications of making the
And the services, the care that's needed and required, you have to have a certain number of people to have the staffing for that care.
So in your experience, Westrum's experience and your other facilities that you've done, is this the smallest facility that you believe is a viable facility in today's market?
It's about the programming, and without the programming, there's not a successful community. So you have to have those elements, and this is the least number of units that we've been able to look at with the programs that are required by the future residents or the current residents. So to reduce that makes things non-viable from both a services and a financial aspect.
And so
this is the smallest number of units that we would put in any community.
Another question we heard from the board is, can this building be separated, divided into two independent buildings and still function as you see fit?
It certainly could be put into two buildings. It would not function. First and foremost, you'd have to separate it by, I believe the zoning code requires a 45-foot separation. You lose all your economies of scale. We have the way that the programming occurs is you have a kitchen and you have multiple dining areas that are used by the residents, but that one kitchen services everything. Now you'd have to have two kitchens. You'd have to have two community directors. You'd have to have two of every. I mean, it's inefficient, ineffective, and it makes it non-viable. It would not be able to be financially viable nor operationally viable.
So just to kind of put it in a general operational perspective, these communities kind of operate like a hub and spoke. There is a middle of the wheel, but then each of the spokes works off of that hub.
Yes, I mean the important part of the H design, and the H design is not just our design, but we've utilized it. You have three components. You have your independent living, which is really on one wing, so to speak, or one side of the H. The center hub on the first floor is where Main Street is, and I have pictures of Main Street. Can I get those if you get a chance? But the Main Street has all of the amenities. And then on the first floor, on the other side, is your memory care, and memory care has to be put isolated because of the memory care requirements and licensing. And then on the second and third floor, on the one side in that same wing that in the first floor where you had your independent living, you have the ability to then have your personal care units, and the personal care units can be fluctuated. Personal care can be independent, but independent can't be personal care. So it's a licensing issue because the personal care has to have certain requirements. Now, independent folks can live in the personal care, but personal care people can't live in independent units because they're licensed differently and they have to be designed differently. So this is just an example of and I think you can see it here. We'll mark that A23, but just the various things of dining that we would have in the community. As I said, this is all a Main Street program. That's just dining on the first floor. And then continuing along, this shows you from the reception to the movie theater to the general store to the salon, the post office, the game rooms, the conservatories. We have a thing called Stitch, which is where people sew and make. I mean, they make things they work with. In Mercer Hill alone, we're right next to a school, which it's really a daycare and lower elementary school, and they cooperate with each other. And the kids come over, and the seniors cooperate and work with the kids, and the kids work with the seniors. We have outside facilities on the buildings, which is again all that people want. And I always love these photos. These are actual photos of people in our community, doing what they love to do best. And every one of those those are not stock photos. Those are all photos from our communities where, whether it's exercising, getting the hair done, doing puzzles. We always love the woman on the far right who has a scooter and puts the bottle of wine in the back of her scooter and goes to dinner with her bottle of white wine. But all activities. And now COVID was a little bit difficult with things, but it's all back up and running.
So I have no additional questions for Mr. Westrom, but
Can I just follow up on one thing? The only other thing about it is that it would be complementary, and that the reason why the Federation brought us here is because of the complementary use. The fact that we would be able to work with Barrack, again with the kids, and the fact of also having the fields out there. That's entertainment for the seniors. They want to be able to watch kids play soccer. They want to be able to experience things. We don't have to put them in a bus and take them down to Center City to do something. There's so much activity right on site. And secondly, is to work with the Proclamation Church. In our meetings with the Proclamation Church, we talked about how there could be some synergies amongst their congregation and with the residents of this community. And the design of this, or the end part, is that we were hired by the Federation to be basically assist in the zoning from our expertise there, to build a product that would service the needs of their constituents, and ultimately hire a management company and then be able to fill the building. But the Federation is the one that's going to own it. They would own it now, and they would own it forever. It would not be, it's not a private development. This is for a nonprofit. That's all.
But you'll be running it under a management agreement, or someone will be running it under a management agreement?
Yes. Yeah. Not us. It's a third-party manager.
Board questions? No? Thank you.
Thank you.
okay, so one more.
You want me to give these to them?
I'll give them to him.
Yeah, but when this is done, we have to have a break. Yeah.
I was kind of waiting for him to finish.
Norman, this
Yeah.
is going to be short.
This will be short.
This one's short. This one's short.
You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
State your full name and spell it.
Joe Jedlowski, Jedlowski.
And Joe, if you could speak into the microphone here and slow and loud so that we can get you onto the court reporter here. So, by whom are you employed?
I'm employed by Distinctive Living,
And what's your position?
Chairman and CEO.
And just,
You're talking away from me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
and can you
And CEO. Yes.
give the board some brief background on exactly what Distinctive Living is?
Sure. Distinctive Living is a third-party senior housing management company. Today, we currently operate 27 communities that encompass active adult, independent living, assisted living, and memory care. And we also develop senior housing communities throughout the United States.
And how long have you been involved in the operation of senior living communities?
Yeah, so personally, myself, I've been involved in senior housing for just under 20 years. However, very similar to John, I started in this business very early. My paternal grandmother raised me, and she worked in senior housing. And so weekends, nights, holidays, summers, I was dragged into, a nursing home. And so just really grew that passion, from a very young age, and that connection with my grandparents. And so my career evolved into being a vice president of operations for a very large senior housing, actually the fourth largest senior housing operator in the United States. And then for the past 14 years, have owned both Distinctive Living and another large senior housing organization where we operated 120 assets in 22 states. And as part of that, we opened and developed over 30 brand new assets, very similar assets to the project that's being proposed here. So,
Yep, absolutely.
yeah, no.
And you've been engaged by the applicant as the potential operator for the proposed senior living community?
Yes.
All good. Okay,
Yeah,
yep.
no problem.
Yeah, all right, let's take a break. Thanks. 10 minutes or so.
Yeah.
I think, let's call the meeting back to order. I think we're ready. Should I gavel again? That's the best part of the job, is the gavel.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we're back on the record.
All right.
So just to reorient myself here, Distinctive Living has been engaged by the applicant, Jewish Federation, as the potential operator for this community. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And really the primary purpose of why you're being called here is to talk about staffing and the staffing needs for a community of this size. Can you speak to that? And can you speak in general to the size of this project in comparison to other projects that you generally see?
Yeah, for sure. So in general, this is a project that is smaller in size, smaller in scale than the traditional larger senior housing projects that I know the Western Group is developing and that others within our space, including us, are developing. In this community, we have, as previously mentioned, 3 levels of care. We have our independent living, our personal care, and memory care. And each one of those subsectors of care within the building requires certain, staffing requirement. For a community this size, we would have approximately anywhere between 75 to 100 total staff members. However, during the largest peak shift that we would have, we're right around 20 to 25 staff members, at stabilization of this property.
And so one of the questions that we have is parking spaces and residents and their ability to drive. So are all of the residents in a community of this nature permitted to drive?
Yeah, so we'll start with memory care. That's an easy one, no. And then independent residents, while they're certainly allowed to drive, many of them do not, right? We've been through this a lot, as you can imagine, building 30 communities and opening 30 communities. And it's funny, I kind of sit back as the operator, not as the traffic guy what we see is that they put all these onerous parking requirements in place, and the seniors in general just aren't driving. They're not comfortable driving. And so we do have, a shuttle bus where we're taking them all over the place. And in particularly, in this location, it's great from a public transportation perspective, from staff, from residents. And so independent living residents certainly drive. Personal care, typically because they have more medical needs or higher acuity medical needs, they're typically not driving, and usually it's discouraged at this point, typically by their physician.
What about staffing for a facility of this size and numbers of staffing at its peak moment?
Yeah, so basically, I would say between the 70 and maybe 100 total employees that we would have during its peak period, we would have, which would include administration, which would include our care staff, activity staff, programming staff, culinary staff, anywhere between 20 to 25 staff members at the peak time of operation.
On site at any one time, maximum of 25.
Correct, yes.
So you're familiar with the proposed plan, and you know that we're adding 78 spaces to the campus.
That's correct, yes.
And it's your opinion, based in your experience, that 78 spaces is sufficient to operate this type of a community?
For sure, especially when you really take into account the memory care residents that aren't driving, the personal care residents that really are not driving, and probably just a handful of the independent residents that are driving. And then you also take into account our staff, where a large majority of them nowadays are Ubering in, right? Or they're taking mass transportation into work in the morning. Yeah.
And you noted that this community's close proximity to public transportation is critical.
It's huge, yeah. Here, we're right next to the Bryn Mawr station. Also, the SEPTA, the regional rail, is right there. And then obviously a lot of our families and residents, if they're going out, are accustomed to the public transportation here in this section of.
And so, one concluding question for you.
Sure.
You mentioned in your testimony that, in your experience, this, even in working with Westrom, this is a smaller facility.
Yes, it is.
And is it your understanding and belief that the size of this facility has been driven by the constraints on the site?
It has, yes. Yes, it has.
So I have no additional questions.
Especially just one other comment.
Yeah.
Sorry. It definitely has, because as John Westrom mentioned earlier, when you look at the actual demand within the actual, primary market area, it's very large, right? And so the constraint here is certainly, a derivative of the requirements here, the space requirement.
Great. No additional questions for this
Parking's
witness.
you don't need relief for parking, correct?
We do not.
Okay, and so it's all built, or the proposed is within requirements?
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions? And so I lied, of course. I do have one additional witness, but it will be brief. So I'd like to call David Moneymaker, please, from the Proclamation Church. Hi, David.
Good.
You'll raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
And say your full name and spell it.
David, middle initial W, Moneymaker. Moneymaker.
Mr. Moneymaker, what organization are you associated with?
Proclamation Presbyterian Church,
And where is the Proclamation Presbyterian Church located?
directly downhill from the Federation's campus.
Your properties are directly adjacent, is that correct?
Correct. We are connected by a common driveway.
I'm identifying here on Exhibit A8 a line, which is the property line of this property. That is the property line that you share, correct, with this project?
And our property would be immediately to the left of that, yes.
We have an aerial. I think that's better. So looking at Exhibit A4, the Proclamation Church is the church located to the left of the red line, correct?
Yes. And David, I would just say the next time you take a picture that it would be when we have had our parking lot and driveway resealed. It's more attractive than that right now.
I'll make a note of it. So during this process, you've been involved, is that correct?
Yes, I have.
And you've followed the process as we've come through before the Planning Commission and then ultimately here to tonight with the Zoning Hearing Board, is that correct?
Correct.
And you've engaged in discussions with the Federation, Westrom and his team, with the Federation and with Mr. Westrom and his team as to the design of this project, is that correct?
Yes. I have served on a delegation of 6 members of Proclamation Church, 3 elders and 3 deacons, and we've had a series of meetings with John Westrom and Michael Balaban.
And as a result of those meetings, has the Proclamation Church come to an understanding and agreement with the Federation with respect to this proposal?
Yes.
And what is the ultimate understanding between the parties? Is the Proclamation Church supportive of the project as it's being presented this evening?
Proclamation Church is supportive, and we have memorialized a document called a parking easement that will be filed with the courthouse and media, and that was the consideration of one of our major concerns had to do with parking, excuse me, and we were able to resolve all of those issues.
And there is a long-standing relationship between Proclamation Church and the Federation, is that correct?
Correct.
And it is in the spirit of that relationship that you're here to support the application this evening?
Yes.
And we've marked as Exhibit A6 a copy of a letter from Proclamation Church, is that correct?
Yes, and David, you have a draft. I have an original that's signed if you'd care to present it.
That would be great. So I have no additional questions for Mr. Moneymaker.
Thank you.
A24. And the letter would be 24.
I don't know. I don't know if we have the pictures from A23.
I have them, I'll submit them. I think there was a question coming?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Mr. Moneymaker, the easement that you've referenced,
Yes.
could you tell me a little bit about what's going on there?
Certainly. We've had an oral agreement with American College, the Federation's predecessor, and with the Federation, since they've occupied the campus, that we could use one another's parking for overflow or special events. I would say, in the most recent 8 weeks, our parking situation has become a little bit more acute at Proclamation, where we've needed the Hubner Hall parking lot on Sunday mornings to accommodate worship attendees. And what we have done, Mr. Riley, is to memorialize our verbal agreement into a parking easement. So if memories fade or people leave positions, such as myself, that we have that filed with the courthouse.
So, Mr. Falcone, as it relates to the proposed project, the parking area that is being constructed under the facility, how many of those spots will be subject to this easement?
I don't believe any of the subsurface parking will be subject to this easement. It's all surface parking, really, John, that's been utilized historically between the parties. So I think, just not to speak for Mr. Moneymaker, but the fear was, as part of this development, that surface parking area would no longer be available, and that was not the case, and we wanted to memorialize the existing relationship that's, been there for a very long time.
Okay, and there's no reduction in the number of surface spots that are on the facility as a result of the demolition of the existing buildings and the construction of the new?
Oops, sorry, we have an addition of 5 spaces.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
What's the parking? How many parking spaces are going to be available for this facility? 72? Which ordinance are you looking at?
So Mr. Korzak is being called back to the stand. Mr. Korzak, remember, you're under oath.
Yep. The required parking for this facility is 72 spaces.
Are you familiar with our last senior housing case that we had where the zoning officer, there was a mistake?
A mistake.
Meaning that the living units were considered apartments and therefore required 2 spots?
I'm not aware of that,
Was
but
that our last zoning meeting? The facility at the academy. They came in front of us. 'Cause
Eagle Road, yeah.
Eagle Road, because the township interpreted not as a hospital, but as an apartment complex. So therefore, 2 spots were needed per.
I'm going to give me a minute,
you
I'll
should
pull the
pause.
code. Yep.
Yes, you should.
So, Brad, we can look for this if you want to open it up to any public comment, and then we can come back to the issue as we kind of take a look at the ordinance.
Yeah, I thought we were going to call Mr. Bell.
Mr. Balaban, we're going to call back. Do you want him to come back up now to answer the question with respect to that area, or do you want it to be after public comment?
I think it might inform public comment, so.
Sure.
Yeah, if I could hear Mr. Balaban again.
So, Mr. Balaban, and I'm going to look for the exhibit here. If we look to exhibit A9,
David, excuse me, I just want to remind, he's still under oath.
Yep. You are still under oath. Exhibit A9 shows the possible locations of the proposed building. The proposed building to the far right of the picture depicts the subject building just in a different location. One of the questions from the board was, why is this facility not being located here? The answer was that there's an existing building, and Mr. Riley asked whether that building was being used for one of the uses of the tenants that you had previously discussed. Is that correct, Mr. Riley? An accurate representation?
Yep.
So the answer is yes. It's under use for 4 specific purposes. There are administrative offices for Barrack Hebrew Academy. So that's use number 1. Use number 2, there are specialty classrooms in that space that are used by students on a regular basis. Use number 3 is that's also the home of the gym, where the basketball team and other gymnasium practices. And use number 4 is that gymnasium is utilized by Township and other entities in the community on a rental basis. More than that, it's often free use by community members of that space.
Thank you.
So while we kind of explore this issue, we will turn it over to public comment.
Thank you. So we are going to invite members of the public up to speak. I'm going to ask that we limit public comment to Radnor Township residents only. We received letters via email through the zoning officer related to this matter. They are all part of the record. And we'll, board members have all been provided those. We'll provide them the weight that we think they're entitled to. But I would request that we limit public comment to Township residents only. Thank you.
Good.
Yes, thank you.
I do. Bill Gregg, G-R-E-G-G. All set?
Thank you, Mr. Gray.
Yes, good evening. I'm a resident of Radnor Township. I reside at 820 Castlefin Lane, which is adjacent to the Proclamation Presbyterian Church. Based on the nature of this project, since it's so large on the Federation campus, it's spilling over onto the church's property where there's going to be construction to reconfigure some of the parking. That would make me an adjacent neighbor. So I wanted to point that out. It also could, in fact, suggest that Proclamation is a co-applicant or some kind of formal identification as it relates to zoning. I'm a registered architect. I've been registered for 38 years. I have done a lot of work with institutions throughout the country. I have done work with faith-based institutions. About half of my projects have been faith-based. I've actually done work for the Proclamation Presbyterian Church, but I'm not here in that capacity tonight to talk for them. I've also done pro bono planning work for another Jewish organization here in the Philadelphia area. That's a little bit of my background. I wanted to first address some of the issues that came up that had questions tonight. And one of them was the traffic and the question about Valley Forge and Eagle Road and requiring a variance. I think you've answered that. I did notice back in July when I first looked at the traffic report that was submitted by the Federation is that there's 2 things that are missing in that. There are no traffic counts for the weekends, for Saturday and Sunday, which are really important as it relates to the church and the operations that occur on the playing field. So I think that needs to be looked at unless it's tucked away somewhere and I didn't see it. The other thing is the traffic report didn't say anything about the fact that off-duty or on-duty police officers have been retained to direct traffic, stop traffic on Bryn Mawr Avenue at the main entrance. And that's an important issue, I believe. Let's see. Mr. Falcone sort of sidestepped the discussion about the design, redesign, and when that happened. And the redesign happened between the first Planning Commission meeting and the second one, between July 5th and September 6th. As far as I'm concerned, or as I know, nothing has happened after July 6th or after September 6th. So when planning gave the thumbs down on September 6th, they had seen these redesigns as far as the overall length of the building as well as the height of the building. So those questions that you brought up today, had planning seen that, I think I can answer they did see that. And nothing has happened since then. There's no new design in the last 4 months. With regards to this discussion about the overall length of the building, I think a very good example is if you look at the Proclamation Presbyterian Church's buildings, they have 2 buildings and they're both 160 feet long. They could have had one big long one that was 330 feet, but back in the late 90s, the township required them to break that building up. And so there are 2 very discrete buildings there. So I think that's what this whole thing's about. It's not, tricking anybody with application in the middle of a 330-foot elevation. Let's see. Oh, one other thing about the SEPTA or traffic is that the SEPTA station is 0 ADA compliant, just so everybody knows that. It's great that it's there, but there's a real downside to that station. As I said, this building has really is awfully large. It extends onto, pushes pressure onto the church property. It won't even fit into the Eagles Stadium. That's how big a building this is. And the notion that Mr. Perry said that this is a unique design, well, it really isn't. This H-shaped plan is everywhere around the Delaware Valley now. And obviously, it works well inside, and that's a tribute to Weston and to the architect. But it's a building looking for a site in Radnor Township. And it just so happens the site that they've located is a very difficult, challenging site. The steep slopes are beautiful, but they're challenging, and you really shouldn't be building on it. I just wanted to direct your attention to behind me, the back wall. This wall right here is about 16 feet, between 16 and 20 feet high. The overall length of it is 90 feet. If you can imagine a retaining wall halfway up the hill from the pond, it's going to be 90 feet long, plus another 120 feet in that direction, and another 120 feet in that direction. And that's going to break up a beautiful hillside. PennDOT would be proud of that wall. No, I'm serious. It's not joking. This is a huge element that's going to bisect the campus. Also, if you continue to look at that wall, above it will be a 1-story parking lot, and then on top of that will be a 3-story building. So you have this massive 6-story structure right halfway between the creek and the crest of the hill. It will also cut off the views from this nice little J-High building, and I don't know if they've even seen this plan, but it's, this lack of planning is stunning because they built this wonderful little building within the zoning code, beautiful views of the valley, and now it's going to be compromised. So I just wanted to point that out. I could go on, but I'm going to defer to the Planning Commission. They've spoken twice, thumbs down both times. They've thought about it a lot, and I believe they're correct. So I'll say no more. I hope you take the Planning Commission's directives in mind. I know you have your own minds, own ideas, but those guys are really heavy hitters, and I think you should really listen to them. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment?
Yes.
You swear or affirm the testimony about the truth, the truth,
I do. Donald Alexander, DonaldAlexander, also a resident of Castlefin Lane, which is an abutting property in the sense that I received a notice that I was an abutting property. I don't challenge or deny or affirm that. I heard some things tonight that just raised some concerns with me, and I hope that the board will look at them carefully. This is indeed a cruise ship without water. This is not a 4-story building. This is a 30-story building laying on its side. I am concerned about traffic. This is one of my major concerns. We're talking about a density of population. You can't control really how many of these people are going to drive. In Philadelphia, the standard is driving, not taking the train. And I do not see people using that SEPTA line very often. I really just don't. So we need to worry about that density issue. And I will tell you as a fact that it's not uncommon during rush hours now to have traffic backed up all the way from the Wawa County line in Bryn Mawr all the way down to Castlefin, which is south of the church. That's a long way. So we've got a serious traffic issue there. This is a road which is used to transport people to the hospital. It's not just an annoyance, it's a necessity to be able to get people up to that hospital. Anyone coming from the south probably is going to come on Bryn Mawr Avenue. We don't have a lot of roads that go north-south and connect these various separate communities that we have. So it's very hard to get someone, from the Marple Newtown area up to where we need to go. And we experienced that when they were working on the roads and they were shut some of these major avenues. So traffic's a huge, huge issue. And I know a study was done, but I would suggest that the study is already obsolete. And the reason for that is, perhaps you know about this, and I'm sure you do more than I do, but the Haverford School has just taken over one of the properties on Roberts Road. Roberts Road is, unfortunately, it's tucked right behind us and it has major institutions on it. One of those institutions was shut down. I don't recall the name of it. The Haverford School has bought it. It seems obvious that they'll put a school in there. Haverford School students, and I'm talking about the private school, not Haverford High School, they are not known to be bus riders. They're known to be mom drives kid to school riders. So unless that traffic study took into account what's about to hit us, I suggest that the traffic study is already obsolete and needs to be redone. I also wanted to note on the issue of traffic, yes, there needs to be a police officer to let the kids out of school midday, not even during rush hour. Now, you put that driveway down below, the representation in the picture made it look like a piece of cake. The reality is there's a 15-foot, 45 or 60-degree slope on that side of the property. And there's going to need to you're going to need to drop like a bomb in that area to allow visibility for people to get in and out. It's going to be very dangerous. I would ask the board to take a look at that. Drive by. Please come by. Stop in for coffee. I'll walk you over there. There were comments made about the slope and the fact that they're dealing with a slope situation that was created by the prior builder. I'm going to give you 20 years of experience of my walking dogs on that property and leading kids up and down to sled on that slope. That slope extends well past the building that we're talking about on the left and on the right. And by no means can I imagine that that slope was created by any prior construction. I don't know what import this has, but they made a big deal of it, and it's just awkward because it's just not the case. The slope is very gradual now. You've got a stream down below. Nobody messed with that. So that's where the lower level was. Up above, the property is very level with Bryn Mawr Avenue, with the exception of this 15-foot, 60-degree abutment of soil the entire length of Bryn Mawr Avenue. It's so steep that no one can, it's very difficult for them to cut the grass. They have to use string trimmers. They can't even put a push lawnmower on it. It's very steep. So it's something that needs to be looked at, and I hope the board will do that and deal with that issue. Again, this is a 30-story building on its side. I don't know how you come up with a concept that this is two buildings. I don't see it. I'm just a common sense guy. We're not gonna parse through all that. That's a big building. It's big. You can't control who's driving. There's going to be a lot of traffic issues. Castlefin is in danger of just being extinct soon with all of the cut-through traffic that goes through there. Hence my concern and the end of my comments. It's almost past my bedtime, so I'll wrap it up. Thank you very much.
You and me both. Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Hi. I do. Gretchen, Gretchen, Grobel, Groebel. I am a Radnor resident, and I also work with Radnor Conservancy. I urge the Zoning Hearing Board to not grant a variance from Section 280-112D. Please do not allow disturbance of these steep slopes. Do not allow construction that will destroy existing woodland areas. Radnor Township can't afford to lose any more tree canopy and habitat destruction to development projects. These trees are working for our collective benefit with stormwater management, cleaning our air and waterways, cooling our temperatures, providing crucial wildlife habitat, and we keep allowing developers the ability to degrade our woodlands. This is a 34-acre site. Why not build on existing impervious surfaces or on the existing footprint or on the existing flat soccer field? The existing code 280-70B1 permits a building of 160 feet in length. Please don't grant a variance that allows for double the size. This would negatively impact the existing tree canopy and woodlands. Why do we place more importance on ball fields and readily destroy our woodlands? Zoning Hearing Board, please protect existing tree canopy and woodlands in these steep sloped areas and ask the developer to go back and create a plan that does not negatively impact our local environment and ecosystem, because we are losing crucial tree canopy in Radnor Township at a rapid rate. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment? Good evening.
swear, are you both?
Yes, we're together.
That you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Your name is one at a time.
John Hersker, JohnHersker.
And Christine Lucas, LuChristine, LUCAS. Thank you.
So we're residents of 821 Valk Lane Road, and as such, our property abuts the Proclamation Church and also the Federation campus. And as I said at a previous meeting, we're very happy to have the Jewish Federation and Christian Proclamation Church as our neighbors, and we certainly wish them both well. We've been following this process for quite a while. We've attended planning commission meetings. We're very impressed with the very thoughtful and thorough discussions that occurred and the careful consideration that clearly the planning commission gave and that the respect of the applicants gave to the process. I couldn't help wondering as I listened tonight to the applicants' presentation, which was a very elaborate presentation, much more so than at the other meetings, and I'm sure required a lot of time and expense to put together, that while there were a lot of comments about the desirability of senior living in the community and people living in close proximity to family, which I don't think anyone in previous meetings I heard disagree with, certainly we wouldn't disagree with that the design seemed substantively the same as it had been presented at the last Planning Commission meeting. And indeed, the architect, Bill Gregg, mentioned that, and we certainly, I think, agree, Christine and I both, yes, with comments that he made and some of the subsequent comments. But I couldn't help thinking, as the applicant referenced, that they listened to the Planning Commission's concerns, there were a lot of good insights there, they think they're addressing them and so on. What would the Planning Commission say about that? What would the people who reviewed this project in its original state and then after the design reviews prior to the September 6th meeting where they, for the second time, rejected it, what would they say about what had been said? And it just seems like it would be valuable to have their input, and I'm sure you do talk to them and so on, but they haven't been able to respond really to what was presented here tonight. And it would just be, I think, informative to us as residents to hear what their comments would be and whether they feel that the points, which seem very valid to us, have really been adequately addressed. So I know you're a separate board, and you have your role and they have theirs, but it would really be helpful, I think, and comforting to us as residents who do want what's best for the community, and as I said, wish both the Federation Campus and the Proclamation Church well, to hear from the entity, the governmental entity that on behalf of us as residents really study these things very carefully and have a lot of experience in dealing with it. So I just think it would be valuable to have them weigh in again in light of this very elaborate presentation that's been made to get their views.
And I completely agree. I completely agree with what John Hersker just said. Another small point of note for clarification is also that long ago when the first Jahai approval took place, it was for residential living, and I believe that was not approved. It was referenced earlier, just a point of note. The second one, which did not involve residential living, was approved and is very successfully built and, as far as we can tell, thriving on the site right now. Anyway, I second everything John said, everything that's been said previously by Architect Bill Gregg. Thank you again for all that you're doing, and thank you to the Planning Commission, and thank you to everyone presenting, because I know everyone has the best interest of the site at heart, but I hope we get to somewhere that people agree on the needs and that the needs are being met by the site and the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
And state your name and spell.
Mike, M-I-K-E, Lahota, L-I-H-O-T-A. L-I-H-O-T-A. So while this is completely unrehearsed, I'll play the straight man for Mr. Hersgood, who just spoke. I am a member of the Planning Commission and a Radnor resident, so I'm here to speak on my behalf. As a member of the commission, I clearly don't speak for the entire board. But as they were presented to us 2 times, including the September 6th meeting, and looking at the 4 reliefs that they're looking for, I would just say, touching on some of them, at the September 6th meeting, I believe the height that they were requesting was 40 feet and change, which had been reduced from 48 feet originally. Tonight they spoke about 38 feet and change, so not sure if there's a different plan in effect that they have not presented to us, or if they just did different math. Either one of those might be possible. As it relates to the steep slopes, the width, and the height, which are all reliefs that they're looking for, and I believe, for myself, I did say no, so like I said, I can't speak for the whole commission. But listening to them, the testimony both this evening and in previous planning commission meetings, a lot of their reliefs, I feel, are circular, that we have to go this high because if not, we'd go wider, but you're already too wide. Or we have to go this, if we disturb less steep slopes, we would have to do something like every relief they're looking for, I feel like, is impinging on one of the other reliefs that they're looking for, saying that that one would be even worse. We would only ask for one relief if we could just go, 400 feet high, something like that. But as it stands, that's where they are. And then the 4th relief being the use 28068, which calls for private school or an institution for the aged, not both. And that's what they're currently looking for. And the testimony tonight from Mr. Westrom, et cetera, indicated, the building that we have doesn't really meet the needs of what we're doing, but I feel that the use that that it was zoned for is not what they're looking for either. So that's why the building, which is currently a school building, I have toured the site. It's a beautiful site, and I've toured the building. Has a lot of attributes, and and I do believe that Radnor could use a facility for the aged, or maybe 2, because we may also get one at Valley Forge. But we just have to make it work within the constraints of what we have to live with. And that's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do. Maureen, M-A-U-R-E-E-N, and last name's Kelly, K-E-L-L-Y. Just a brief comment. I'm a Radnor resident. I live on South Roberts Road, so right on the other side of Castlefin, right down the street from the Haverford School property that was bought. A few years ago, I received in the mail a new tax coming from Radnor Township for wastewater management. And it was my understanding it was because of overdevelopment. And so I thought, okay, what's done is done. I'll pay this tax, and I'll do what I can do. I am lucky enough to live on a gorgeous 2.5-acre property with an acre of woods behind me. I have not developed it whatsoever, but I am paying, as are all my neighbors, for overdevelopment within Radnor. So I want you to keep that in mind. We have a beautiful township, we have beautiful trees, and I think anything that impinges on that in a large way is something that we are supporting, and we have some objections to that. So, as I said, I'm paying my taxes, I'm not putting an in-ground pool, I'm leaving my woods, as they are, and I think many of us in the township feel the same way. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? No.
Yes, I do. Christopher Daly, D as in dog, A-L-Y. Hi, I am also a Radnor resident, live next door to Maureen. Quick comment about traffic. I think the study needs to be done on the weekends. You've got sporting event. You've got a perfect storm of visitors coming to visit the family here. You've got 7 to 3 change. And as already now, I've seen things back all the way up past there. I don't think the traffic exit from that one little road is going to be enough. And I feel that there's going to be eventually pressure to lengthen that road in and open up the exit to Volk Lane. We're already facing a big perfect traffic storm on South Roberts where there's a lot of speeders now with the development of Haverford School. And I really feel that eventually what's going to happen is they're going to ask to open up that road because of the traffic problems they're going to have on South Bryn Mawr Avenue. So more studies on the weekend traffic, and hopefully something that would say they're not going to start dumping traffic onto Volk Lane to offload the traffic coming from Bryn Mawr Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment? Okay, seeing none. Mr. Falcone?
We have a little bit of response here. So I think that Mr. Gregg was very kind when he said I sidestepped the previous question. I misspoke. So my consultants advised me that our second submission to the Planning Commission was the submission that you discussed and see tonight. So I was not aware that we had the articulation in that submission. I didn't recall that. So I appreciate the kindness from Mr. Gregg on the sidestep, but it was a misstatement. So to clarify that, these plans have been reviewed and they were rejected, as Mr. Leota said, 3-2 by the Planning Commission at both instances. The second item that I think it's important to address, and I've marked this picture as Exhibit A25. This shows you the rear of the property. It is by no accounts a woodland or a heavily wooded area, and there will be relatively minimal tree disturbance as a result of an application for this size or any real size. So this is not a heavily wooded area, and this picture can depict that. This applicant is certainly sensitive to that, but this is just not a heavily wooded area or what would be considered a woodland. We did look into the PI designation, Brad, to your question. So a couple of things to speak to that. This application is being submitted just in general under the PI code as a nursing home, and it was reviewed that way by the township's consultants. And so I'll mark as Exhibit A26 the letter we received from Gannett Fleming, which outlines the zoning criteria for this application. You'll note that no relief was highlighted by the township's consultants when they reviewed this application, designating it as anything other than we are proposing. Then turning specifically to the township's code with respect to parking, the actual use of nursing home is specified and the number of parking spaces that are required as a result of that use. So our calculations were made pursuant to Section 280-103 as they are required for a nursing home, which is how this project has been reviewed so far by the township. If they've made a separate determination for another application, that hasn't been relayed to us or represented in any of the review letters we've received. So we'll stand by the review letter, I guess we've gotten to this point, and submit the application. However, should the board feel that the application is needing a parking variance, we believe that the testimony and the reports submitted with respect to needed parking at a facility this size, as well as the number of parking spaces and residents that are restricted in driving or prohibited from driving, would the parking provided would more than satisfy that. And we believe that the testimony we received from our operators would speak to that, as well as from Mr. Hammond. So turning then to Mr. Hammond and some of the questions we got, and it was a question that was presented to the Planning Commission, I believe as well by Mr. Gregg, was some weekend counts and how we ultimately considered those. So rather than paraphrasing from Mr. Hammond, I'd like to just recall him, remind him that he's still under oath, and ask him specifically to speak to the way the calculations were considered with respect to that weekend use, the field use, and so forth.
Sure. So that was as David had mentioned, that was a question that was originally brought up about looking at the weekend time periods. My response to that is the fact that based on the information that we reviewed, the amount of traffic the site would generate on a weekend and the amount of traffic that exists on the surrounding roadway network is significantly less when compared to 2 playing fields and a church. Assuming, again, the church services were occurring on Sunday, sporting events may occur on a Saturday. There's significantly less traffic on Bryn Mawr Avenue. In addition to that, between the Jack Brock School, which I believe houses about 340 students, Heater Chabad, about 200 students, and then the number of students relating to Harcum, you're close to 600 students that would not be on campus on a weekend. And again, as mentioned earlier, the traffic study has been submitted to the township. Township traffic engineer did not request weekend peak hours to be analyzed, nor did PennDOT, and in fact, PennDOT has approved the traffic study in its current form. Thank you.
And to follow up just a little bit on that issue before moving to the next, it should be noted that it's one full-size athletic field that is out in front of the academy. So it's not an athletic complex that houses, dozens of fields bringing multiple teams across many hours. It's a singular full-size field that's in play, and I confirmed that with Mr. Balaban. So turning next was to the last point from the speakers with respect to the prior approval. That decision has been submitted as Exhibit A5. It was indeed an approved use as a standalone residential facility on this campus for the very reasons we've asked for this relief tonight. But it was an approved use that was back on September 15th in 2011. And then, excuse me one second. And so we did get some lay testimony or opinion as to the slopes and the 20 or 30 or 40 years even within which they've been observed. This building was constructed in 1960, so nearly 60 years have passed since its construction, and the slopes themselves were viewed by township staff as well as planning commission members, and certainly with respect to the feedback we've gotten from the staff, and it was verbalized at the Planning Commission by Mr. Phillips, that these were indeed believed to be a result of the construction of the Header Chabad Hebner Hall facility. So again, we're following the direction and the interpretations of the township's paid consultants. Thank you. I'll submit A26 and A25.
No, sorry. You're not a party. Yeah.
No, can't.
Public comments closed. Thank you. It's the order of business.
So one more item, a misstatement. There is no overflow onto the Proclamation Church as a part of this construction activity. This project will not drift beyond our property line.
Is that the end of your case?
Is there anything else coming from? No other parties were admitted, I assume, Mr. Economides. So there are no other parties. We have no other witnesses to call. I'd ask the board to consider the exhibits that we've submitted, I believe A1 through A26. And that would be the end of our testimony this evening.
Thank you. So admitted. Okay. I think as a board, we want to adjourn for 5-10 minutes or so into executive session, and then we'll resume with where we are. You stand adjourned. Okay, we're back in order. I don't remember if I formally accepted the exhibits, but if I didn't, then we do now. So the exhibits are part of the record without exception or without objection. Okay. Somebody want to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion. My motion is to approve the request for a special exception under Section 280-68B to permit a senior living facility at the property.
I'll second that.
Discussion?
Well, I think that it seems pretty clear that under the code, they can utilize this as a facility, and that's why I think we can at least go as far as approving that aspect of it, and that's why I second the motion.
Yeah, the only thing I would add is under Section 280-145, each of A through I'm satisfied without having to articulate them now. I'm satisfied that I think we've heard enough evidence that allows and affords that relief. Anyone else? Vote? Brad?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Aye.
John.
Jamie, I'm an aye as well. So the first motion carries 5-0. Do we have another motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to grant the variance from Section 280-69C to permit a building height of 40 feet, I believe should be the relief requested,
Yep.
where a maximum of 38 feet is permitted.
Second?
I'll second.
Discussion?
To me, it's de minimis, so I'm feeling very comfortable with it.
And I'm willing to modify my motion to grant the variance on a de minimis basis as opposed to a full. I'm sorry, Norma. I will modify my motion that the variance be granted on a de minimis basis.
Is that seconded?
Seconded.
Okay. Should we withdraw the original motion then? Just amended. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Any other discussion on that point? No. Vote?
I'm in favor.
Aye.
I'm in favor.
Aye.
Aye.
That motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Any other motions?
Yep, I'll make a motion. I'm going to make a motion to deny the variance from Section 280-70B1 to permit a building length of 335.5 feet where the maximum of 160 feet is permitted.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion?
To me, I can't find a hardship here. I just can't. And I don't think it's the minimum relief necessary. There's certainly other options on the property, different configurations of the building. I think there's more options. So to me, it's just too big of a relief to be asking for.
John? Anything? No?
I'm just nodding my head in agreement.
Okay. You looked like you were leaning forward to speak. So, anyone else?
No, I'm in the same position. I just don't see the hardship.
Yeah, the only thing I would add is the code section is definitely a bit perplexing, and I don't know if the plans that were presented to us tonight are sufficient articulations of the idea of breaking up the facade of what would in essence be a 330-foot building, and I think that's probably what all of us are feeling in this moment. So as odd as it is, because you made the motion in the negative, we'll be voting in favor of the motion if you're so inclined. Okay. Any other discussion? All right. I'll go the other way. Jamie?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
John Riley?
Aye.
Brad?
Aye.
And I'm also in favor of the motion. So 5-0. There was one more section for relief. Is there a motion on that?
Mr. Chairman, I would move that the applicant be granted the relief sought on the variance from section 280-112D to permit portions of the proposed senior living facility to be located within steep slopes.
Second.
John, before we proceed, would you add, based on the plans that were presented?
Yes, based on the plans and testimony presented this evening.
Thank you, sorry. Any discussion on this point?
I would just make a point that if the building wasn't so big, perhaps they wouldn't need this relief. So I feel like because of the size of the building, maybe, the length of the building, they're kind of creating this. So again, I kind of have the same feeling, like there's no hardship here. If they had something, if this was the only variance, I think I'd have a different mindset. But I'm kind of the opinion that because the building length is 331.5 feet, that's what's causing them to have to disturb so many slopes. So that's why I'm not going to vote in favor, because I think they're kind of combined together.
Any other discussion?
I agree with Brad. Thank you.
Okay. Let's take a vote then. Jamie? The motion was presented to grant the variance for the steep slope.
No.
John?
No.
John Riley?
No.
Brad?
No.
And I'm also a no, so that motion carries 5-0. Does anybody want to make any further motions with respect to this application? No. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you guys very much.
Okay. We're at 10:30. I'm inclined to go till about 11 or so, and the next appeal is 3146, which involves a rather aggressive project. Nick, this is yours? Yeah. And I know everybody's anxious to put it in front of us, but what's that?
I'm laughing because George and I already spoke about this, and I think mine's shorter than George's, though. So, I would think, I think our testimony may be about a half hour. I mean, that's what
Okay.
I would
Yeah,
think.
and I don't mind starting it at the very least. If you get your case in, we can always adjourn and come back if we need to. Okay, just give me one moment, because I
Sure.
just want to look at the rest of our agenda.
Okay.
3150, I think, is continued to February by request of the party, of the applicant, correct?
Correct, yes, that's Mr. Kennedy, yeah, he requested.
Okay.
Yes.
Villeneuve.
Actually, I have been advised to withdraw that application.
Oh, well,
Okay.
that'll.
All right.
For now, it's continued to February. You'll formalize the
I'll
withdrawal.
send a letter if it's going to be withdrawn.
Yeah, okay. That's 3150. Appeal number 3151, Traverse Investment Partners, LP. Oh, that's yours, okay. All right, let's see how this goes. All right. 3152, Lot Builds. Somebody here from that application? That's continued to February as well. Okay, yeah, so, right, appeal number 3152 is continued to the February meeting. And then the last one, appeal number 3153, signs a la carte for 302-308 West Lancaster Avenue. Is anyone here for that? That's continued as well. Okay, so that's continued to February. Okay, thank you.
I'm not sure what we're doing. It seems like some are on this, some are not.
Oh, I think the ones that I can go through them again if you want.
Well, if they've signed things and you're happy, then I won't do a transcript. But it seemed like you made a transcript on some, but others not. That's my question.
Oh. I think we should make it. Yeah, let's make sure it's formal. I'll go through them again. Yeah, and somebody will correct me when I'm wrong. Appeal 3150 will be continued to the February hearing. Appeal 3151. No, that's for tonight, sorry. Appeal of number 3152 is continued to the February meeting, and appeal number 3153 is continued to the February meeting. Okay. All right, thank you very much. And I appreciate everybody's patience. That was a long hearing, and everybody stood tall for us. Thank you. Okay, appeal number 3146, the applicant 150-168 East Lancaster Partners LLC, property located at 150-168 East Lancaster Avenue and zoned WBOD, Wayne Business Overlay District. Applicant requests the following variances from the zoning code, section 280-53.12B, off-street parking, section 280-104, off-street loading, section 280-53.8C, buffer strip of 10 feet along rear yard setback. Applicant also requests a variance from 280-53.A, front yard setback, for a building which will be no closer to the street than the building immediately to its rear. Applicant further seeks such other required relief consistent with the exhibits and testimony presented at the zoning hearing.
Thanks.
Miglia?
Nick Caniglia representing the applicant. There's one portion of that application we no longer need relief for, and that is for the loading. We will comply with the loading requirement on the code. You'll hear how this plan has gone through several revisions, has been reviewed twice by the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission at its final review unanimously suggested approval of this application by the Zoning Hearing Board. I think you're familiar with this site. It's the corner of Lancaster and Luella. We have the pictures there. You'll see it's an older building that was built around 1920, and that higher part is actually part of the building too. A large portion of the building is unoccupied currently. Currently, it has approximately 10,000 square feet of retail space and 9 apartment units. It's in the WBOD. It's at the very edge of Luella. On Luella, there are 2 buildings in the WBOD, the building that you see present here and the building to the rear of it. And then actually the middle school, for whatever reasons, in the WBOD as well. It's not zone plan institutional. I guess at one point when they were talking about selling the middle school or putting it somewhere else, the forefathers thought it was better to make it WBOD. The history here is that we filed the application, or actually had met with many of the affected people here, both neighbors, staff, on this. We went to the Planning Commission and they asked us to come back with revised plans, which we did. We believe that we satisfied many of their concerns, and actually, as I mentioned, they did approve or recommended that the zoning board approve this plan. Currently, the building is non-conforming as to parking. There's no parking on this site at all. All you have is the metered parking, the public parking on each side. Each side of that parking will be maintained by the applicant on both Luella and on Lancaster Avenue. In addition, the applicant will entirely park the residential portion of this site below ground. So the only portion of this site that is not parked according to code is retail, which is actually less than what is existing. That retail, like all retail space in Wayne, will actually be on-street parking. So the relief, as Rich mentioned, was one relief regarding the parking, although I believe it's an existing nonconformity. We're not increasing the nonconformity, but in abundance of caution, we did ask for the variance for it. The other request for relief is you see that little alleyway between the building behind and the current building, and there's an alleyway there. And according to the code, and again, I'll get into this a little bit later on, perhaps at the end of the discussion, regarding what is a requirement there, because the code seems to be inconsistent, because it refers in one aspect to a residence, which the building behind it is a residence, multifamily residence, and in another instance it refers to as a residential district. This is not a residential district. The zoning code specifies what are residential districts. It's the R1 through R6, and they are classified as residence districts. The WBOD is already a residence district, so in addition to retail and offices, so it's not classified as a residential district. If you look at the code, really the intent was if the WBOD backed up to another residential district like it does in some circumstances, there should be a buffer strip. Currently, there's no buffer strip here. We're not proposing a buffer strip. We are widening the entrance of that alleyway there, which does service that brick building as well that you see to the right of the existing site. And then finally, we're asking for a variance on the Build 2 line. On Luella Avenue, WBOD states that you have to build your building up to the Build 2 line. The Build 2 line in this instance is 45 feet. We're proposing a building that will be 40.3 feet from the Build 2 line, so we're asking for a variance of a little less than 5 feet as to the Build 2 line on Luella. We comply with the Build 2 line on Lancaster Avenue. That being said, we have two witnesses, Dan Berger and Matt Johnson, and they could stand up and be sworn in.
I do. My name's Dan Berger, D-A-N-B-E-R-G-E-R. Yep, okay, perfect.
I think that may have died.
Yeah, it's gone.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll try
I can talk
don't know
loud,
if we
too.
have a backup
Now
or
they
not.
want to send the mic. Yeah.
Got it, okay.
And Dan, where do you reside and with whom?
I live in Radnor Township. Address is 880 Leslie Road in Villanova. I live with my wife and my two children.
And
And one other note, I grew up in Radnor Township, lived in Radnor Township all my life.
What's your relationship to the owner of this property, which is 150 to 168 East Lancaster Partners, LLC?
So I'm an owner of the ownership entity, so we are the owner as well as the developer of this property.
And we've marked as A2 the deed to the property, and you acquired the property?
On April 25th, 2022.
So recently?
Yes.
Yeah, within the last year. And by whom are you employed?
Berger Communities.
And what is Berger Communities' relationship to this property?
So Berger Communities is the developer as well as ownership. It's all related parties.
And what's your position with Berger?
I'm CEO.
And what type of business is Berger in?
So it's a family business established 50 years ago. We own, manage, developed multifamily apartments in Pennsylvania, Maryland, and Delaware, with a concentration here in southeastern Pennsylvania.
And actually, your offices are in Wayne?
Offices are in Wayne as well.
Okay. And what type of past projects have you done?
So we've done projects, development projects. We're doing something in Kent Square right now, Lancaster and New Britain, our current developments. We also are a long-term holder of residential apartment communities. So as I said, we own, develop, and we hold for generational holds. So this project we're going to be talking about, our plan would be to develop and hold it indefinitely.
And I think you mentioned to me the other day you have one of the apartments in Ardmore?
Yes, we do. Ardmore is as well, yes.
What's your desire for this particular property?
So desire is to redevelop this property. It's on obviously an active corner in Wayne. It's a dilapidated building in need of significant repairs. Besides the building, in our opinion, being very aesthetically displeasing, the Luella Lane, the sidewalk along Luella is dangerous. It's not. It doesn't lay out the best way for a number of reasons that we'll talk about. Our desire is to build a luxury A-class apartment community with ground floor retail that would meet the Wayne standard. We really want this to set apart and stand out and meet this Wayne standard, which it clearly, in our opinion, does not currently. We would like to build a Class A building there, right? So with that comes certain standards within the apartments, certain size, certain floor plans. Our target market would be young professionals. Is typically what we see in these type of apartments, as well as potentially some seniors. As we'll talk about with the garage parking, there will be garage parking, right, that sometimes lends itself to seniors. That being said, we anticipate some of our tenants not to have cars, given their proximity to the downtown there and proximity to the train. As we'll discuss, we are adding garage parking for those tenants, but we anticipate some of them not to have cars. Our hope is that this development would be a catalyst and create a ripple effect in that downtown Wayne for renovations or some redevelopment.
Thank you, Matt, or Dan. I have nothing further unless the...
Any board questions?
Just real fast.
Yes.
Is this a tear down or is?
Yes, we're proposing a tear down, yes.
Access to the underground garage would be in that alleyway between the condos and the back of the existing buildings. Is that right?
That is correct, and we're going to go into more detail.
Yeah, John, we'll go into more detail as to the development itself.
I have one question. I don't know if you can answer it or not. And I understand Wayne doesn't have a historic commission or anything like that, but I'm just wondering about the history of the building itself.
Yeah, we have that.
Okay, oh, well, guess I should pay attention.
No, that's okay.
Yes. Matthew Johnson, M-A-T-T-H-E-W, J-O-H-N-S-O-N. Thanks.
I'm sorry, wait.
Yeah, you have to say that
Yeah,
slowly again.
Well, before we even get to that, so is there any, will you be presenting some testimony that deals with the history of the building, what it was, how old it is?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, all right, fair. I'll wait for you.
Matt, I believe it's Matt Johnson, actually. And Matt, what's your profession?
I'm a licensed architect and real estate development professional.
And by whom are you employed?
Berger Communities,
And what's your position with Berger?
Director of Development.
Okay, and the question is, what's the site history of this site?
The site history, from what we could find, was that before 1920, it was a single-family residential building. We think that's the three-story building you kind of see popping up in the center. After 1920, there were various additions added to the building, at which time there were commercial, it became a mixed-use building with commercial and residential uses. And then currently, it has both commercial uses on the ground floor, accessed off Lancaster, and then also the lower level on Luella. And then the second level, as you're looking at it on Lancaster, is apartments.
We'll share this mic, and so you can use your computer there. Can you describe the existing building? I believe that would, if you look at A3 perhaps, or maybe even A7A, you could pull up what the existing building looks like. But first, before you even go there, describe the surrounding area for the record. Why don't you go to A3, and if you could, I'm sorry.
Sure.
I was asking you to describe the surrounding area. I'm showing you A3. Is just an aerial photo of the site and the surrounding buildings.
Yes. So our site is a 0.4 acre site at the corner of Lancaster and Luella. To the rear of our building is a 4-story condominium building on Luella. That's 102 Luella. And then to the west of our building at 140 Lancaster is a 3-story, I believe a 3-story brick building that is a commercial use. I don't know if it's office. Yeah.
Would it be fair to say that in this zoning district in WBOD along Lancaster Avenue, you already have a mix of retail and residential use?
Yes.
And the uses we're proposing here complies with the zoning code. We're not asking for any relief on the uses.
That's correct.
Now, if you refer to perhaps A7A may be the right one to refer to, can you describe the existing site, the existing building, and the uses therein?
Sure. As I mentioned, it's a 0.4 acre site on the corner of Lancaster Ave and Luella Ave. It's located in the Wayne Business Overlay District. Radnor's zoning code states that the district's meant to provide opportunities for an appropriate mix of residential, non-residential uses and provide enhanced vibrancy through the building site. Okay. And
yeah,
sorry.
I know. I know everyone wants to get out of here, but we got to slow down a little bit, I think.
Okay. I'll come back to that later. The existing building. Appropriate mix of residential and non-residential uses and provide enhanced vibrancy through building, site, and streetscape design. That's taken from the Radnor zoning code. The existing building is 2 or 3 stories. I can bring up some of the pictures.
You're referring to A4 now.
A4. The existing building is 2 to 3 stories, depending on which section of the building you're looking at. It also has a basement. As you can see, there's about 10,000 There is about 10,300 square feet of retail existing in the building. This is accessed off Lancaster Avenue. There's also retail accessed off Luella in the lower level. That's the lower level of the Gingy's shop, for those who are familiar. As I stated earlier, the second level of the building along Lancaster is used as apartments. There are 9 apartments there currently. And the third level of the building is currently unoccupied, but could be fit out for more apartments. We think it could fit at least one more, maybe 2.
And what's the current retail square footage?
10,300 square feet.
And actually, you're proposing less than that with the new development.
We're proposing 10,000 square feet of retail with the new development, so roughly the same, but less.
Is there any off-street parking, on-site parking for this site currently?
Currently, there's no off-street parking.
Is there metered parking on Lancaster and Luella?
Yes, there are 10, I believe there are 10 metered spots on Lancaster and 8 metered spots on Luella.
And are you keeping those metered spots?
We intend to keep 10 metered spots on Lancaster and 8 metered spots on Luella.
And actually, that was one of the concerns of the neighbors and the planning commission was to, I'm sorry, yeah. That was one of the concerns of the planning commission, the neighbors, was to preserve those metered parking spots. Is that correct?
That's correct. We went to several meetings, right? We had a neighbor meeting. We went to planning commission twice. We met with the Wayne Business Association. We met with township staff, and throughout all that process, the consistent feedback that we heard was, yes, the site needs to be redeveloped, but don't take away any public street parking. Our initial plan had contemplated removing the street parking on Luella, but we have since added it back in to have the same number of spaces that are there today.
Is there an issue regarding the grade and the steps on Luella? I believe on a 5.4 may be the best. Or go ahead.
Yeah, so
reference the photo you're referring to.
Sure. I'm looking at Exhibit A5. On Exhibit A5, there are several photos of the side of the building that faces Luella. You can see in Exhibit A5.4 that the parking along Luella actually slopes back towards the building and slopes down towards the building. This is to provide access to this lower level retail space. Because these parking spaces slope back and down towards the building, and we do have access to this space, it creates the need for steps in the sidewalk to get up to Lancaster Avenue. So currently, if you're walking down the sidewalk along Luella, you need to take, I think it's about 10 steps in order to get up to Lancaster Avenue.
Show, if you can turn the next exhibit, A6, and that shows the alleyway that we're referring to between the two buildings. Can you describe how that's currently used and how it's currently used?
Sure. There's an alleyway, looking at Exhibit A6, in particular 6.1. There's an alley that, I guess it's not officially an alley, but there's a driveway between 102 Luella and our property. This is, the alley is on both 102 Luella's property and our property. It's currently used to service 102 Luella. Their trash is taken out the side door. You can kind of see further back in this picture. This is where their trash is taken out. And then it also services the rear of our property. Our retail trash is currently in the alley, so that's where our trash and the loading occurs for our retail. This alley is also provides access to the neighbor, our brick building. If you look at Exhibit 6.2, it provides access to the rear of their property, and then that gate is shown in Exhibit A 6.3 here.
And that access will be kept open?
Yes.
Okay. And there's no buffer there, obviously, clearly. There's not a buffer area there.
That's correct.
Could you go to the current crosswalk? Do you have any plans regarding the current crosswalk that is located on the corner of Luella and Lancaster?
The existing.
Well, the existing, and if you can just show the existing first. And you're referring to A7A?
So looking at Exhibit A7A, this is a plan of the existing intersection at Lancaster and Luella, and you can see that the crosswalk, as you come up on the west side of Luella, if you want to cross over to Lancaster, you're actually crossing at a diagonal, so that you're crossing both the traffic that would be on Luella and also the traffic on Lancaster. We're proposing in our project, we would offer an off-site improvement to straighten out this crosswalk to be at 90 degrees. Obviously, it would take some coordination with the neighbor across the street, but we would attempt to have that done.
What's the current nonconformities on the existing use? Well, one, obviously, there's no buffer strip, correct?
Correct. The current nonconformities, to my knowledge, would be there's no buffer strip. Given that there's more than 10,000 square feet of retail, it would require 2 loading zones. Currently, there would only be 1 in the alley. There's no on-site parking, so there's a parking deficit for the existing project. And it doesn't build to any of the build-to lines that are required in the Wayne Business District.
Now, you initially had, when we applied to the zoning board, I believe we submitted exhibits A7B to A10, and they've been revised. So we won't necessarily go over them, but I'll ask you to go to the current proposed plan and tell the board how they were revised and why. You had mentioned that they were revised as a result of comments from neighbors and the planning commission.
That's correct.
Maybe A18R, okay. There's a couple exhibits that were slightly revised. What happened was we had initial exhibits that were presented with the application. We had presented a revised application to the Planning Commission, and we also had revised those plans. So I'm going to hand up hard copies, and you can look on the file as well or on the board. But these are plans that we did hand up an A14, which was to replace another plan. And what we've done here is we've said A14R to indicate that it's revised. And they are A14R, A15R, A16R, and A18R.
That's it, and that's a new.
Okay, and then we have a new A19, which is a parking chart that we'll go over also. But I'll hand these up to the board. They should become part of the record, and then Matt will show them on the screen as well.
So as we're looking at Exhibit A14R, I'll note that the difference between Exhibit 14R and Exhibit 14 is that a small planning strip was removed along Luella. So if you compare it to what you have in your packet, there was previously a small planning strip along Luella. That's been removed and the sidewalk's been widened. The parking spaces along Luella are also shown at 9.5 by 20 feet now, which eliminated that small planning strip.
And so, Matt, if you can describe the proposal that you're proposing here, and make certain you refer to the exhibits.
Sure. So we're looking at Exhibit A15R. This is the ground floor of our proposal. Our proposal is a 3-story building plus a basement. Our proposal would include 10,000 square feet of retail on the ground floor and a residential lobby, which takes you up to the apartments above. On the second and third floors of the project would be apartments. We're proposing 24 apartments. 20 of those would be one-bedroom apartments that would be less than 800 square feet, and 4 of those would be 2-bedroom apartments, which would be more than 800 square feet. That 800 square feet number is important in the zoning code. Any apartment less in the WBOD section of the code, any apartment less than 800 square feet requires 1 parking spot. Any apartment over 800 square feet requires 2 parking spaces.
And those single bedroom apartments, they're single baths as well, correct? They're single bedroom, single baths?
That's correct. I can walk through it.
Yeah, sure, go ahead, go ahead.
As I mentioned previously, the initial iteration of this plan did not include any parking on Luella. We were building out to our property line, which was not adhering to the build-to line along Luella. We've since added the parking back in on Luella, so to maintain those 8 spots. And we also kept a 6-foot sidewalk along Luella, but we are still asking for relief to that build-to line, which I can further
A little less than
describe.
5 feet, but
Yeah.
let's talk about that sidewalk a little bit first, too. You had described the slope of that sidewalk and the stairs. What are you doing to alleviate that?
So we're looking at Exhibit A15R. As I mentioned previously, as you walk along Luella on the sidewalk, in order to get up to Lancaster, there's a series of 10 steps. We would propose regrading the sidewalk to align with the grade of Luella, which would then eliminate the need for the steps. By regrading the sidewalk, we would also lose access to the lower level retail. If you could think of it as a lower level of Gingy's, we would lose access to that retail space. Part of the reason we're asking for relief on the build-to line, that extra 5 feet, is to make up for that lost retail space that we're losing when we regrade the sidewalk.
If you want to go through I believe you may have a couple more levels that you want to go through. One, the parking level, if you could show them the parking and the number of spaces that we have.
Sure. We're looking at Exhibit A14R. This is our basement level parking, which would be accessed off the rear alley behind our building. We're currently providing 28 spaces in the basement level parking. That 28 number is the zoning requirement for our 24 apartments, right? It's 1 for the 20 units that are less than 800, and it's another 2 for every the 4 units that are more than 800 square feet. So that's the 28 spaces we're providing there. You can also see we have a designated loading zone just south of our building, again, in that alley space. And through discussions with the township and the neighbor meetings, we've also added an interior trash room to our project.
Have you opened up the front of that alleyway at all?
The alley is wider than we had initially proposed, and it will actually feel wider than the existing condition. If we look at the existing condition, we would see that there are condensers and bollards in the alley, so we're making that portion of the alley wider, which would provide for better loading and then obviously access to our property.
Now, you mentioned that you are decreasing the nonconformity as to parking. Did you prepare a chart in that regard? And that's one of the exhibits that we have. There you go. A19. And can you describe for the board what A19 represents?
Sure. Exhibit A19 is our parking calculation that shows the parking of the existing building and also the parking of the proposed plan. The existing building has about 10,000 square feet of retail and provides 0 off-street parking spaces for that retail. The existing building has 9 apartments and provides 0 off-street parking spaces for those apartments. Our new project, or our proposed project, would have 24 apartments, and we would provide 28 off-street parking spaces. So the previous provided 0 for the apartments. We would be fully parking the residential on our property. We are not proposing to have any off-street parking for the retail, which would be the same as the condition today. We'll actually have slightly less retail than the existing building, and we're providing the same number of parking spaces for it, which is 0. Our intent would be that the retail would park on the street, much like happens throughout the rest of Wayne.
Now, have you also done some schematics regarding design and presented them to both the planning commission and to township staff and neighbors as well? I believe it may start at A11, A12, A13, and A17.
Sure. Looking at Exhibit A11, we had our architect look at the building in 3 dimensions and provide renderings of what they felt would be appropriate for Wayne. It may not come through in the rendering, but the intent is a brick building. Yeah, I mean, the exterior material would be brick. We have later iterations that show it as a red brick. This currently shows tan. The red brick was a comment we received, so we wanted to take a look at it and see. I mean, we're not necessarily committing to anything today on the color, but we're open.
If you can just go through A11, A12, A13 to show them what the concepts that you
Sure.
have discussed.
So
or shown.
A11 just generally shows a traditional facade. Again, the retail accessed off Lancaster and 2 levels of apartments up above. A12, looking at A12.2, that shows the elevation along Lancaster. 12.1 shows the elevation along Luella. Exhibit A13, A13.1 just shows a more zoomed-in view of some of the detailing. You can notice some herringbone in between the windows up above, and then more views of the building and the retail and the residential.
And if you go to A17, I believe is the brick.
Yeah,
Red brick.
A13.3 starts to show widening the alley and accessing the garage to the rear of our building. And then the latest iteration of our building is A17, and that is essentially the same design with red brick. The massing of the building that's shown here still doesn't incorporate. This is an older massing where we don't have the parking spaces along Luella. The building's a little bit shorter now that we have the parking spaces along Luella.
And this will have to go to both Planning Commission and Design Review for approvals. That's all I really have for Matt, if there's any questions.
Question?
Sure.
So can you confirm that it is now wheelchair accessible to come straight down Lancaster, take the right on Luella, and head down to the middle school?
So wheelchair accessible is, I mean, it's a tricky term, right? ADA, I don't know that we'll necessarily meet the percentages in ADA, but we are removing the steps. And that's as far as I can say. I believe you're allowed to grade to match the streets without necessarily providing ramps.
But it would be people would be able to roll strollers up there and things of that nature, which you really can't do right now. You'd have to cross and then cross back again.
Thank you.
Is there an exhibit that shows you sort of flip right past it, but I'm curious how the garage access is made.
Sure. So the garage is accessed off the alley behind our property, right? So you would turn off Luella into the alley and then turn into the garage.
Okay, I see it. All right, and then I do have another question. So on A16R, it looks to me, and I guess I'm looking at it correctly, but this is why I'm going to ask the question. Are these interior units with no natural light, no windows? Or is...
No, so the portion that's shown in white on Exhibit A16R, that's noted 11,600 square feet, that's actually exterior roof area. So all of these units would have windows, all of our units would have windows.
Okay.
I have a quick question on A19. I believe the testimony was that the retail use was going to be 10,000 feet?
That's correct.
Gross, 10,000. And 0.8 times 10 is 8,000 net.
Thanks. Anyone else? No, sorry. Nick?
I have nothing else of the witnesses, just request the exhibits be made part of the record, please.
Without objection. Is there any public comment? No? Sorry. Yeah, all right, seeing none. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I would move that the applicant be granted the relief requested in its application in accordance with the plans and testimony that have been presented here this evening.
Is there a second?
Second.
Of the loading.
That's right, with the exception of the loading. I thought that was noted in the record previously, but it hasn't, with the exception of the loading that was in the notice.
Any discussion?
I'll just say I appreciate that corner being improved. It's dangerous as it is now, and I have a disabled family member, and using downtown Wayne, as many people do, and our aging population coming through, it's rough as it is now. So this was thoughtfully done.
Anything else? No? Well, take a vote. Jamie?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Brad?
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. The motion carries 5-0. Good luck with the project.
Good luck.
Did I take 30 minutes, or George, where'd you go?
That's good. No, I,
7 minutes over. 7 minutes over.
Yeah.
yeah, George,
15 minutes. It's a man-made steep slope case.
I'm sorry, is this Mr. Grogan?
Hi.
Yeah, why make February worse than Friday?
yeah. Okay, all right, let's keep going then. Sounds good. All right, appeal number 3151. The applicant Traverse Investment Partners LP, property located at 317 Ivan Avenue and zoned R3 residential. The applicant seeks a variance from sections 280-112D and 280-112E to the extent required and any other relief deemed necessary to permit the disturbance of man-made steep slopes on the property.
Good evening. For the record, George Brosman representing the applicant. I've handed out the exhibit packages just by way of brief introduction. This is the property that's right next to the Township building here. You'll hear testimony that my client, who's an affiliate of Bentley Homes, bought that property. It's in very rundown condition. It was that way when they bought it. And they had a permit from the Township to demolish that home. And at the same time, they're in for a two-lot subdivision. It's R3. The two-lot subdivision significantly exceeds all of the zoning requirements, much bigger lot sizes. And when they went to the Planning Commission, someone on staff said, "Are there some steep slopes over there?" And they investigated and found out that there's these man-made slopes, so they stopped. They had the demolition permit. They were going to demolish the house literally that week. They didn't do that because that would have disturbed the slopes. So they, even though they had a permit, they didn't want to run afoul of the ordinance once they became aware of it. We checked the Township records. We found, and our witnesses will go over this, that the original house was built in 1954. We have the permit for it. In 1955, there was a garage addition built, and you can see on these permit plans and kind of a rough drawing that was given that they kind of built these slopes around the front of the house and the garage. My clients also asked for a waiver to not put a sidewalk and a curb in there. There's no other sidewalk or curb, but the Planning Commission felt, and I understand some neighbors felt, that since the property is right next to the Township building, and some of the park and things, that there should be a sidewalk there. So my client is withdrawing that request, and they've changed the plans to show the sidewalk and curb, but that implicated another area of even smaller man-made slope right along Ivan Avenue. So to put in the sidewalk that the Planning Commission would like, we need that second round of relief. You've heard this many times before, including in an earlier case. The township does have an exemption for man-made slopes, and the interpretation by the zoning officer has been that if you have a permit for those slopes, they would be exempt. We feel we have a permit for the slopes around the house, but Mr. Kachansky, the zoning officer, also advised us that because they were before the grading regulations from the 1970s, they were in the 1950s, we couldn't get that exemption because there weren't even any slope regulations then. But had the same exact permit been issued in the 70s, we would have had the exemption for the area around the slope. We would still need the relief for the sidewalk. That's the introduction. I have two witnesses, Scott Emerson and Dave Gibbons, our engineer. Scott?
Thank you.
Could you be sworn in?
Yes. Scott Emerson, Scott Emerson. I'm with Bentley Homes.
And Scott, the owner of the property, Traverse, is that an affiliate of Bentley Homes?
It is.
And you work with Bentley Homes?
I do.
And the application that we filed, that had a deed to the property showing Traverse owns the property now?
Yes, we own it.
And that was recently purchased?
Yes.
And you have background in this business for many years?
Yes, I've been with Bentley Homes for just about 20 years.
At Exhibit A2, and just for being expeditious here, does this show the property in black highlighting right next to the Radnor Township building that we're in tonight?
It does.
And we have some photographs at Exhibit A3, and they're numbered. Are these, and I won't have you identify every one of them, but are these identified by individual numbers?
They are.
And do they generally show various conditions of the property as it stands today?
Yes, these are photos of the house and going around the house, the existing conditions. Yes.
And Mr. Gibbons will go into the slopes in more detail on an exhibit that he created, but do these show some of the man-made slopes that I spoke about?
Yes.
And do these photos show the generally poor condition of the home?
Yes.
At Exhibit A4 in our package, is that the demolition permit that had been obtained to demolish this house?
It is.
And what I said earlier in my opening, was that correct? You were about to demolish this when you learned of these slopes?
It was by the end of that week, yes.
And you held off to not be out of compliance with the ordinance, is that correct?
Yes.
And is it right that you would have to regrade the slopes to demolish this house?
We would.
Was it correct what I said, how you had originally requested the waiver from installing the curb and the sidewalk with your subdivision plan?
Yes.
And did you present the subdivision plans along with that waiver request to the Radnor Township Planning Commission?
We did.
And what was their feeling on that?
They had requested, although sidewalk does not exist on the length of Ivan Avenue, they had asked us in conjunction with some of the residents. They felt it would be a good addition to the property in order to gain access to the township building and the subsequent park adjacent to the township building.
And as a result of that feedback, was it correct that, as I said, you're withdrawing that waiver request and you have shown the sidewalk and curb on the plans?
We are.
And did the Radnor Township Planning Commission also review this application for slope relief?
They did.
And did they recommend approval of it?
They did.
Has this plan, the subdivision plan, also been taken to the Radnor Shade Tree Commission?
It has.
And what did they say about the plan? Was it
We've-
recommended?
It was recommended for approval.
That's all I have for Scott. Dave?
Any questions? No? Thank you.
I do.
And state your full name.
David Gibbons?
Dave, in the package at A5, is that a very brief summary of your professional qualifications?
It is.
Are you a licensed engineer in the Commonwealth?
I am.
Have you testified before this board previously?
It's been a little while, but I have, yes.
I'd like to offer Dave as an expert in engineer in these matters.
Without objection.
Thank you. Dave, if you could put up the existing condition plan from your subdivision sheet. I think we have a larger one here. And for the record, the entire subdivision plans are at A6. Turning to, is it sheet 3 of 13? Can you just briefly go over the existing conditions?
Sure. The existing lot is about 34,000 square feet. It contains an existing single-story, single-family dwelling with associated improvements such as a driveway, deck, front lead walk.
Yeah, will you?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, and if we could get him on the microphone too. I don't know who's watching us, but.
We said this is dead, right?
The audience
You
is
say that again?
huge, Mr. Chairman, huge.
Okay.
Oh, it's back.
Contains existing.
Sure. It contains an existing single-story, single-family dwelling with associated driveway, deck, patio, and a front walkway.
Does this property have any stormwater management systems in place presently?
No.
Is this a generally level lot? It's not a steeply sloped lot generally, is it?
No, it's not steeply sloped.
What's the average slope approximately?
It varies, but I would say generally, measuring different directions, it would be between 7 to 9%.
And are there 2 areas of man-made slope that have been identified?
There is.
And did you create an exhibit A7 that show these areas in greater detail?
I did.
Can you turn to that? And have you also personally observed these slopes?
I have.
Can you go over A7, describe the areas of slope?
Sure. The areas on Exhibit A7 are highlighted in a red color. There are 2 areas. The first is directly in front of the existing home and it consists of approximately 821 square feet. It consists of maintained lawn with a planted landscape bed. The second area is a very small area in the northwest corner of the property. It is about 85 square feet in size and is directly adjacent to Ivan Avenue.
And that second area is where part of the sidewalk that's been requested would have to go?
That's correct.
And that would require the disturbance of that slope, obviously?
Yes.
You have photographs that are set onto this exhibit, and you have little arrows and a little figure. That's supposed to be like a camera showing where you took the picture from. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Looking at the pictures on here, it seems pretty evident, but in your opinion, just by looking at them, and you've seen them in person, are the areas of Area 1 man-made?
Yes, I believe so.
And you can see in the photo and even on your plans, the garage, the slopes are sloped up to the garage and the walkway runs through the slopes.
Exactly, yes.
And do you also have an opinion about, we called it Area 2, the area out by Ivan Avenue? Was that created?
I do. It's a very typical cut slope that you would see along most of the area roadways. When the road is created a level area, they cut back the embankment on one side typically and have a fill slope on the other side. So it's just a very short shoulder of Ivan Avenue that's steeply sloped.
And I had put in a records request to review the records, and I mentioned in my remarks that we found the 1954 permit for the house construction and the 1955 for the garage addition in the front. Had you looked those over?
I have.
And do they further enforce your opinion as to Area 1 being a man-made slope. And we have copies in the packet at Exhibit A8. And there was one drawing in there. I don't know if you want to speak to that or anything else that you saw.
This is Exhibit A8.
Yes.
So when referring to Exhibit A8, this is a cross-section of what they proposed for the garage addition in, I believe, 1955. And if you look at the bottom of that exhibit, you will see the section that shows the garage and the house to the left, which is very similar to the picture, the colored picture on Exhibit A6? A7, I'm sorry. And what you'll actually see the proposed steep slopes in that cross-section. What they proposed to do was to excavate out for the garage, which was subsurface, and then take that soil and place it, and they actually call out terracing in the cross-section, and you will see the steep slopes that exist today.
And you heard us talk about the demolition of the existing dwelling. Are you familiar with that?
I am.
In your professional opinion, even if a new plan wasn't proposed, would demolishing that dilapidated structure require the regrading of the slopes in Area 1?
Absolutely. To safely demolish and remove that structure, one would need to regrade that area that's immediately adjacent to it in the front. Otherwise, you'd have an unsafe condition with unstable soils and embankments.
So even if the subdivision plan wasn't proposed, those slopes would need to be essentially eliminated with the demolition and reconstruction of a home on the existing lot. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The plans, the proposed subdivision plans, you have sheets that show the proposed lots and the proposed homes. Is that correct?
I do.
Do you agree with my statement in my opening remarks that both of the lots substantially exceed the minimum 10,000 square feet of the R3 district?
That's correct.
And do the houses that you've designed, are they pretty well below the permitted building coverage and the impervious coverage?
That's correct.
And do they comply with all the other requirements except the slope issue that has come up?
Yes.
At Exhibit A9 is just a copy of the slope regulations, which the board is very familiar with. Are you familiar with those as well?
I am.
And we talked before about the exemption for previously issued permits, so I won't go back over that. But with regard to the intent of the provision, which is in 280-112A, do you believe that those intent provisions would be violated by this plan?
No, I don't believe so.
And that's primarily because those intent provisions talk about protecting naturally occurring features that are not present with these slopes?
That's correct.
And your subdivision plans at A6, they have sheets in them for proper erosion and sedimentation control and how the grading will be implemented. Is that correct?
That's correct. There'll be proper erosion controls and also stormwater management provided.
And do you believe those will protect against any detrimental impacts with the removal of these slopes?
I do, yes.
And in addition to your opinion, will that be reviewed by the township engineer when there's a grading permit for this project?
Yes, it will.
Given the location, size and shape of the slopes, as well as the irregular property lines in the back, do you believe we're seeking the minimum relief, which is basically that all of those slopes have to be disturbed?
I do, yes.
In your opinion, will removing these slopes have any detrimental impact on any adjoining properties or the neighborhood or the general public health, safety, and welfare?
No, I don't believe so. I think it'll be an improvement, actually, to the property is in disrepair and it needs to be fixed up, and I think these houses will fit within the general character of the neighborhood.
That's all I have for Dave, and I would ask that my exhibits be entered into the record.
Sure, without objection. Are there any questions? No? Okay. Okay, I guess we're in need of a motion. Sorry, you're right. Public comment? Okay, now a motion.
I'll move to approve the variance from sections 28112D and 28112E to disturb the man-made slopes as disclosed in the exhibits.
Second. Excuse me, second.
Any discussion? No? Okay, we'll do a vote then. Jamie?
Aye.
John Lord? Aye. John Riley?
Aye.
Brad? Aye. I'm also in favor, so the motion carries. Good luck with the project.
Thank you, and thanks for staying late for us. We really appreciate that.
Absolutely.
I think I kept, well, I was
Perfect.
2 minutes over.
15 minutes of testimony was short.
You didn't think I could do it?
I did.
All right, I guess we're adjourned.
I'm recovering.